Okay. Hi, everybody. All right, so welcome back to BSides Charlotte. This is the first time we've been back in person since, our last time, which was our first time in 2019. So thank you for joining us. As most of you have known, we were home for the last 2 years, which was sad, but we kept going. We continued by streaming and having talks over the last 2 years virtually with Discord, so thank you all for participating in that. But we are way more happy that you all are here today because, honestly, I've missed seeing faces. I've just watched my husband for the last 2 years sitting across the desk from me, so, new faces are always good, right? All right, so my thing for you all today, my challenge for you, make a new friend. Make 5, whatever. Meet new people. Everybody's here, everybody's nice, and if you are one of those introverts who don't like to meet people and feel nervous about meeting people, come to the Lockpick Village. I will have you meet new people, I promise. All right, so before I hand it off to Tori for all the agenda, all the fun, I will, I have 2 things. First off, I would like to thank our board who's put this together. Tori, Dawn, not in here, Drew, downstairs, Alex, there's 5 of us. We worked hard, we got this together. Thank you guys.
And staff and volunteers.
Staff and volunteers, of course. Thank you all.
Been amazing this morning.
Been awesome. So, thank you guys. So, let me thank the sponsors. So, first off, obviously, we are in Bank of America building. So, thanks to Bank of America for being the platinum tier and providing the place we are here today, and drinks and food and all that jazz, including lunch, which lunch is here as well. Wait, we're providing lunch, but it's here. You don't have to leave, so that's good. All right, up next we have Black Hills Information Security, Gold Tier, and special thanks for providing backdoor and breaches?
Yeah.
Yes, backdoor and breaches. Sorry, it was cut off. We have Offensive Security, Gold Tier, special thanks for the 3 training vouchers. JSCM Group, they have a table next door. Please go by and say hi. Triaxiom Security, Gold Tier, they also have a table next door. Flare Systems, Gold Tier, table. Recorded Future, Blue Voyant, which I know they put some stuff in your swag bag for that. SecureWorks, Silver Tier. Security Innovation, Silver Tier. Sentinel One, Silver Tier. Nice. They are also next door, if you can't tell. We also have Wiz, is Bronze Tier. ISSA, Charlotte. Secure Ideas, that's my team. And BSides Triad. And then, last but not least, we have Secure Code Warrior, which is part of the CTF. They are running that today, so you are able to go do that today. There is a room down the hall that you can go chill in and work. And last but not least, Foxpick. So Foxpick is the Lockpick Village that I run. My husband is over there. There is another member, Jimmy. He hasn't shown up yet, but we'll get there. So Foxpick is a free village. Come by, learn how to pick locks, practice how to pick locks. And we also have a challenge. It's Felix's Breakout. You got to get him out of jail in less than 8 minutes. To do that, it is pay to play, which is donations for Hack for Kids, which, if you don't know what Hack for Kids is, it's a children's conference in Chicago. They are the attendees, not the adults. So they get to be like us for a day. So it's really fun. They get to learn code, Java, everything and anything. It's a blast. And I do have 20 lockpick sets for sale that are donations to our lockpick. So if you'd like some, come by the village. A reminder, the village is not open until after the keynote. So enjoy the keynote. And last but not least, again, thank you for being here. And I hope you all, it went out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And I'll see you in the Lockpick Village. Thanks. I'm getting my coffee. I'm coming back. Coffee.
So, again, a huge, huge, huge thank you to the sponsors.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right. We absolutely could not have done this without the sponsors. This was a challenging year, even in the scope of we picked up BSides in 2019, got things back going, then hit COVID, and had to readjust. So we're working on getting everything back going in, and super, super challenging. The sponsors really stepped up. It was just an amazing outpouring of support that allowed us not only to put on this conference, but also to work on expanding it to cover 2 days and some extra activities. And we got asked several times over, so that's why I wanted to cover it today. Why 2 days? Like, a lot of times these are one-day conferences and whatnot. So we wanted to give an opportunity for training and workshops as well as, so that's day 2, that's tomorrow, and there's 3 of them. I'll hit that in just a second, just for anybody who hasn't gone on the website and seen the schedule yet. Definitely do that so you can get some more background and info on all the things going on. We wanted to do the training. We've always wanted to do that, so we're kicking that off this conference, and hopefully we'll keep working through training going forward. And then the other piece of it is chill time. Just to basically network, socialize, play board games, play Magic the Gathering, spin up a D&D campaign, pick up group at tomorrow, something like that. So the doors will open tomorrow at 9 in the morning and lunch at noon, and then we'll end up closing things down around 4 in the afternoon. There's not opening ceremonies or closing ceremonies or anything like that for tomorrow. There is another Capture the Flag competition, which will have some prizes and whatnot. So if you're available, tomorrow should be a lot of fun. We're hoping, we love the talks, love the info, love the education piece of it. This is really the core of what BSides is, but we want to do more, and we want to do something a lot more fun this year, hopefully. Sorry, getting back to notes, making sure I don't miss anything. There's another couple of things that are slightly different. So at lunch, we'll go ahead and do some swag bag raffles. They will not affect your end of day raffle tickets or anything like that. We have some really, really awesome things to raffle at the end of the day as door prizes. The offensive security training vouchers, we've got a couple of those today, one tomorrow. We've got some Black Hills information security swag as well to raffle. We've got some other actual physical prizes and things like that. So that should be a really, really cool thing to end the day out on. Plus, of course, the CTF prizes and things for the winners in that. There is one extra thing that we have that unfortunately it did not make it in your bags this morning, and that is a stamp card for you to visit the sponsor area and get stamps. And when you get the stamp card stamped and turn it back in, that will get you an additional entry to the raffle at the end of the day. Just something we thought would be kind of cool. Coffee, I think folks have found there's some coffee floating around, so we've got that. Lunch will be here for those that want to do lunch here. You're not obligated to do lunch here. There's great places nearby that are also awesome if you want a quiet space or have meetings you want to do or something like that on a Saturday. So feel free. We'll kick off. We're going to try and catch up some of the time a little bit. So we're going to try and have the afternoon keynote still at 1. That may push a little bit depending on what lunch looks like, just noticing our delay this morning. The CTF competition, it's must be present to win CTF and prizes and things like that, and that goes for tomorrow too. So today, sorry for all the logistics, there's a lot of it. today is open where anybody who's here can play it. Tomorrow there's only 30 seats. So if you're playing in the CTF tomorrow, important to note, get here early. Make sure that if that's the thing you want to do tomorrow, make sure you're here early because it's first come, first serve. That's info you need to know. I think that's really the key things I wanted to cover this morning, other than just please be respectful of the facility. Again, we're at Bank of America. They've been really, really awesome with working with us on getting us a space. That was a huge problem this year. There's a lot of venues out there that are not doing events yet. That might have been more cost effective, might have been cheaper, so on and so forth. They just weren't an option for us. Bank of America really stepped up, worked with us not only to provide the facility at a rate that we could actually end up afford, but we had some serious audibles called in terms of which rooms we were using and those types of things. So it was really, really awesome for them to work with us. So please be respectful of the space. The don't go past signs, the end of the internet signs are your don't go past. So please don't go past those. And other than that, I think just in case there's questions about restrooms, I believe the women's restroom is right outside the track areas, and the men's restroom is down and around the corner to the left. So just for logistics for that. And again, if you're looking for Foxpick or the CTF, they're over on that side as well. And that's it. So with that, I would like to welcome up our keynote speaker, Greg Brock, and he's a graduate of Virginia Tech. And Greg spent almost 14 years at a CBS affiliate station in Roanoke, Virginia, helping to lead the company through a transition into digital. As online content continued to transform the media landscape, Greg founded Firefly, an award-winning digital products, branding, and content strategy agency in 2010. And along with his two partners, John Corthwaite and Matthew Sams, they've grown to be one of the largest agencies in Southwest Virginia. Firefly has been recognized along CNN, Time Warner Cable, and HubSpot at the Webby Awards. In addition, Firefly has won numerous other honors from the American Advertising Awards and the Public Relations Society of America groups. In 2021, recently, Firefly was ranked as a top 20 best places to work by the Virginia Business Magazine for a commitment to company culture and employee growth. So if you're looking for a job, check their stuff. Sounds like a pretty cool place to work. Greg carries 25 years experience in advertising, marketing, management, entrepreneurship, and business development, and has spent time in print, radio, television, and most recently digital media, and named Advertising Person of the Year by the Roanoke chapter of the American Advertising Federation. So Greg also sits on the board of the Roanoke Regional Chamber and the Jefferson Center. So Greg lives in Roanoke, Virginia with his wife Donna and two children, both attending VCU. So let's give a hand for Greg. And now we get to do the mic swap. So the podium mic is on. Okay. So you can use that or this, which is perfect.
All right. You're good. Testing. Is this on? Hear me okay? All right, good. Well, first and foremost, Tori, thank you for that introduction. I can tell you with confidence that all the platitudes aside, I am the dumbest person on my team. I can promise you that. I tell you, it's really, really humbling and really awesome to be around this group of people today. It's kind of interesting. I had a professor one time tell me that you start to feel pretty average when you're around peers of like-minded ability and talent. If you feel average, it's because you're exceptional. what you're doing right now in this day and age with how the world is upside down is so incredibly freaking important. My hat goes off to every single one of you in this room. It is a critical time for your skill sets and the abilities that you bring to the table, and I'm honored to be with you. And not to be cheesy, I'm sorry, but really just for you guys, I mean that. That is really, really impressive. So without further ado, just real quick, our mission, and you'll see how this kind of ties into where we're going in a second. Firefly's mission is to deliver digital strategies and solutions that create meaningful impact for brands, communities, and lives. Located in Roanoke, Virginia, everybody's like, oh, it's Asheville. No, it's not. It's Roanoke. We're this little building that's over here in downtown. But it's interesting, as the pandemic has kind of kicked in, we started there, but I don't know that we're really headquartered anywhere. We've got employees in Austin and Miami and D.C. It's just a different world, as you know. So I pay rent every month, and I'm not sure why. Again, I'll kind of skip over that. But what I want to do today is kind of talk about some things. Well, it's interesting. We're going to complement each other because outside of where I work, it's the volunteerism that I've done with the State Department that I think has relevance to our time here together this morning. What you guys do is kind of over here. And what we're doing over here on this end, when we're actually working with an organization called IRX, which we'll talk about in a minute, it's more of the propaganda piece, the information, the misinformation, the influence some of that kind of stuff has, and how do you protect yourself against it. So we'll kind of go down that path if that's good. By the way, I'm going to pause. Can everybody hear me okay? We're good? Okay. So with your indulgence, let me kind of walk you back a little bit with some history. If you remember, it's about November 2000 and November 1989. I am 19 years old. I am a sophomore at Virginia Tech. I'm not kidding you. This is real time. We're watching television, and there's only like basically a few networks and some cable TV. I think we were watching CNN. Some of the older people in the room will remember this day. I'm literally eating chicken nuggets frozen that I've heated up in my oven, and as I'm eating it, the Berlin Wall is coming down. And we just sat there and ate chicken nuggets and watched the Berlin Wall come down. And it was really a monumental kind of moment because all of a sudden, again, as a Cold War kid, Generation Xer, we were terrified of getting nuked every day, which now, of course, welcome back to that. But we were like, holy shit, this whole thing's finally coming to an end. And so pretty much now, this whole thing with Germany and how now Germany was kind of becoming united, you can start to see there were things happening with Poland and stuff. And about 2 years, it was literally Christmas Day. In literally one moment, the Soviet Union dissolved. And what was really fascinating about that, I'm going to kind of pivot back for a second. Watch the boundaries. See? Watch how much land all of a sudden got lost. And that scared the, excuse my language, shit out of Russia. And for a couple of countries that were on the border there, Ukraine and Georgia, well, it made them very nervous because they didn't really want to be part of the Soviet Union anymore. They wanted to be independent. They wanted to go down a democratic path. By the way, I'm also going to preface today, I am not about getting into politics. I'm not going to pick a side. I'm just laying out just simply things that I've experienced. So please kind of bear with me if you have a side. But anyway, so what was really interesting is that you started to see some unraveling, if you will, of old Soviet norms. Just like in our country, you had pro-Soviet and anti-Soviet, Republican, Democrat, different kinds of points of view. And I'm going to probably inject some videos just kind of here and there. This is the first audio test on this, so bear with me. Let's see if this works. Yeah.
There's nothing that can overpower the will of the people.
Meanwhile, overseas in Ukraine today, anti-government demonstrators finally had something to celebrate. The parliament voted to disband the government of the candidate who has been declared the winner of the disputed presidential election.
The ruling called for a revote in 3 weeks.
Doctors confirmed that opposition candidate Viktor Yushchenko was poisoned during the campaign. NBC's Pat Dawson reports.
The effects were startling. The healthy, vibrant opposition candidate for Ukraine's presidency transformed in a matter of a few weeks this fall into a gravely ill man. His face almost overnight changed into a scarred, bloated mask.
In Kiev's Independence Square, where the historic protest began over a month ago, opposition leader Viktor Yushchenko joined his supporters in a victory celebration early this morning. With most votes counted, the Western-leaning economist leads by an insurmountable 9 percentage points. He thanked the hundreds of thousands who had taken to the streets to demand democratic change. Earlier, his opponent, the Soviet-style Prime Minister Viktor Yanukovych, looked defeated but conceded nothing and predicted more turmoil ahead. I am ready to lead, he said, but if I lose, Yushchenko will find out what opposition really means.
That began to happen 2004-ish. And of course, now the powder keg has been lit. And you have, just like you have now going on there, you had kind of in the background political pressure happening with implants and things like that that were Moscow, that were pro-Moscow. You had the democratic movement happening in Ukraine. And then in 2014, this is basically Freedom Square in Kiev if you're Russian, where all of a sudden it kind of came to a head. And Viktor Yanukovych had come back, and basically there was a vote to join the EU or not. And majority of the Ukrainians wanted to go EU, minority didn't. He voted to go not to do the EU. This erupted. And this was a flashpoint. 108 people were killed, some by snipers. Very different world than what we have here. And that was when things started to really go sideways. Now, that's Ukraine. Now, remember, Georgia's the other country that was kind of struggling with this. This may look somewhat familiar with what's in the news right now with the Donetsk and the Luhansk regions in Ukraine. But in Georgia, in the Republic of Georgia, you had other two areas that were also struggling with independence from the country of Georgia. I'm trying to pronounce this right, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Very similar situations where Russia was doing a land grab in that country and basically taking territory and claiming it's really a part of the motherland. And so in 2008, tanks roll into Tbilisi, the capital, and
between Georgia and South Ossetia. In 2008, Russia and Georgia fought a 5-day war over the region. Russia now recognizes South Ossetia as an independent state, while Georgia still views it as part of its territory. Along the contested border, Moscow is constructing a fence. It crosses through communities and in some cases people's property, separating families from each other and their land. South Ossetia gave control of its border to Russia in 2009, saying it had no border force of its own. As part of the ceasefire agreement, an EU team monitor the area, but they're unarmed and have no power to intervene. People on both sides of the border have lost land and are forbidden to cross over. Both the US and NATO have condemned the construction of the fence.
Been either to Ukraine and or the Republic of Georgia. That's a very good percentage. It may just be the career choices you guys have made. I'd love to get some time with you. Am I in trouble?
Nope, not interrupting. It's just direction.
Okay, good. By the way, I'm like maybe 5'4", so if you can't see me, definitely watch the monitors. So my very first time to Ukraine was literally right after the Orange Revolution, when Yushchenko basically was sworn in as president, and it was basically through an organization, NGO, called IREX.
is a nonprofit organization committed to promoting more just, prosperous, and inclusive societies around the world. Many people know IREX for the work we do on youth empowerment, education, access to information, and building civic institutions. But we began with a single focus: bridging geopolitical divides by fostering the exchange of scholars, teachers, and ideas between the US and the Soviet Union.
The core of the exchange was to maintain open channels into societies that were to a considerable extent closed. This was right in the Cold War, and there were...
In its first year alone, IREX facilitated the exchange of more than 100 scholars, which served as a bridge between the United States and the Soviet Union. And since 1968, we've had over 20,000 exchange participants worldwide.
The history of IREX is a history of change. The work of IREX after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 changed dramatically. What began as a people-to-people exchanges organization is now a global organization operating in 122 countries that promotes just, prosperous, and inclusive societies.
IREX started as an organization that believes in human potential.
We do this by engaging and empowering youth, by cultivating leaders at all levels of society, by strengthening institutions, and by extending access to quality education and information.
This is cool. So as a recap, it's a U.S. State Department initiative. It's an acronym for the International Research and Exchanges Board. It's a nonprofit committed to global development and education, focused on people and community since 1968, born out of the need to facilitate conversation, collaboration, and understanding between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. And again, I love this. The first obviously hit was in the access to quality education and information. And I love this quote from Tara Sussman-Pina, who's a senior technical advisor there. Media and information work is the oxygen of democracy. And so, in essence, the work that I got excited about was that it's twofold. One, it's kind of out in from the journalistic standpoint, and then in back to out from the people who actually consume the media. IREX was very, very big in training journalists to know how to report from a non-biased standpoint. I'll give you an example of that in a minute. Teaching media safety, teaching how to spot propaganda, things like that, was on the other side where the consumer side is. So there's a lot of tentacles that go into trying to promote democracy when you're using media. One of the things that's really, really cool is they have this thing called the Media Sustainability Index. And just to kind of give you an example how this thing kind of works.
Media Sustainability Index provides in-depth analyses of the conditions for independent media and reveals benchmark insights into how media systems have evolved since 2001 and across borders. Using our dashboard, you can see, understand, and interactively explore the current status and the recent history of media sustainability in 21 countries. Our dashboard offers multiple views to see geographic trends, timelines, rankings, and correlations. The map view shows the most recent overall score per country by default. Simply hover on a country to see how its overall score changed over many years. In addition, you can choose one of the 5 core objectives and choose a specific year for analysis. When you click on a country, you will see its current status, including its classification, individual scores, and rankings for each score. Below the chart area, you can access yearly reports with detailed analysis. To view a different year, use the year list with dropdown. Click on a ranking value to open the list view with rankings for the selected year. This view also features a quick country summary chart, which shows the categorized country status over time on all objectives, overlaid with year-to-year change. Finally, let's explore the time trends of the overall score for all countries. Each line shows a country and its overall score over each year. You can click on the selected country to open its profile. You can also view regional trends with our dashboard. Mouse over will highlight the countries in that region, and clicking will filter so that you view only these countries. You can also select an individual country using the list on the right side and add multiple countries to compare. Information about the methodology behind the MSI data and other rich data exploration features is also available. We invite you to take a closer look at the sustainability of media in Europe and Eurasia through our dashboard and reports.
So I'm a huge data nerd. I love analytics. I love benchmarking. And what's really interesting about this interactive dashboard, if you will, is that it shows over time where areas need help, where areas need more education maybe. And it also correlates very, very closely to some of the hot spots that are happening. And you can kind of almost do like a prediction model of what's getting ready to happen in a certain area. So case in point, right during the Orange Revolution in 2004, and by the way, right before this, I had my hand up to IREX. I was like, I'd love to go. I want to be a part of this. And then all of a sudden, I got the holy shit moment. And this stuff broke loose, and they were like, you're going in January. And I was like, well, it sounded good on paper, but so anyway, I'm over there. My very first trip over there was on the western part of the country in an area called Ivano-Frankivsk, which is more close to the Polish side. And this is a TV station called Veja, which, by the way, got shut down twice after our visit there by the state. But what I want to point out to you that's kind of a subtle thing there is right after the Orange Revolution, they paint their entire set orange. And we were like, no. You don't want to align with any government, whether you like them or not, because you want to be independent. And that's the kind of education we were trying to do with them. So it was this constant, just lots of little points of importance that, like, to be really independent, you got to swing a certain way. And it was really cool. The State Department gives you a translator. This is Svetlana, which, by the way, her dad, this is so cool, her dad was actually an ex-Soviet sub-captain. And she would tell me stories about when she was a child. She would wear a little Christian cross around her neck, and her parents would make her bury it deep into her shirt so that when she went to school, she would not get called out on it. So just a different world altogether. In the country of Georgia, for example, this is another TV station. This is the most horrible acronym for a TV station. It's called GARB. I guess it translates easier into Georgian. But again, this was another example of some of the people we were working with. And one of the things I'll point out is that we were so focused on broadcast back then, even though I was coming from the digital aspect, and I kept screaming, we've got to get away from broadcast. But they were about 10 to 15 years behind us from a technology standpoint and from where their interests were. So they were very much focused on radio and print and TV, which are important, but I kept seeing this tsunami that was coming, and they kept sending me to TV stations. And so what we would do, this is kind of cool. This is a group of people. If you want to think about like an association of broadcasters, this was a group of burgeoning association of broadcasters. We were trying to get those consortiums together in the country to show how they should band together and unite for independent free media. And we would have fantastic conversations about the semantics of what free media is, how you actually implement it, how you stay unbiased. This is at a university I was at, where this was a thing that hit the board up there, and I had to take a picture of it, where they're basically saying, freedom of expression as a fundamental institution for democratic society and free economy. They were on for this. They were excited for this. The room was packed. And so, in essence, as digital started to become more and more of an important piece of this, we're showing them how to actually get onto search engines, how to use your code so that you're turning things on appropriately. And you make these fantastic friendships. This is another group, this is Georgia. And then this one's kind of cool. This is in Mariupol. The area code there is 0629, 0629.org or com, I can't remember, but it's a news outlet there. And this is an example. This is some of the branding that we were working on. They didn't even have a concept of branding. We take it for granted here because we're around it 24/7 in our country. I have my eyeglass cheater things on, but if you can kind of read the screen, I'm not allowed to leave the mic supposedly, so I'm going to stay right here. But look at some of the buzzwords like that third down about talking about freedom. And we finally came to the place that they wanted to be at the very top of the brand pyramid. They wanted to be a trusted source. They didn't want to be known as a government lackey, if you will. So we were helping them with stuff like that. But even outside of being over there, they would come to us. This is where some of the Ukrainians are actually in our shop. And we're doing some Q&A with them, and they're asking us how do we roll and how do we do some things and from a code standpoint to help our organizations out. This was one of the coolest moments. I have to point this out, and I'm so glad I've got this on an image here. This is another group from Mariupol. By the way, a name that just rolls off the lips now because now I couldn't pronounce it when I first learned it back in the day, and now it's like it's been in the news. But this is one of those moments where we were showing them, how the national news websites get ranked on Google and so forth. And then we looked at their website. And for the ones that know HTML website code, they had something very scary turned off, if you will. They had do not follow on their code, which basically meant Google, like to search engines, don't put this website up there. When we turned that on, it was like a lighthouse for them, for people searching news information about the Donetsk and the other oblasts there that were having challenges with some of the things that were happening. And now here comes this news source that just turns on. So just the littlest of things you think are simple here, they weren't aware of. But I had them in my home. And there's a reason I'm going to bring this up in a minute, even more so. But this is Christmas time, and you've got Georgia in your house. I think my kids, this is the best part, they thought I was a spy. Because there would be like Cyrillic lettering, left over in the house, or all these strangers keep coming into the house every once in a while and speaking all these crazy languages. We have a piano in one of our rooms, and like one of the guys grabbed my son's guitar and they started playing this amazing Georgian music, and my son was like, "What the F is going on?" One of my proudest moments, though, was in 2016. We actually brought the head of the Ukrainian part of this and the head of the Georgian part of this into Roanoke. People came down from DC, and we're going to now put the money and the energy and the people into digital. And so why all this is kind of important is when you're there are these reminders of what it used to be like. This is a sticker in one of the windows. I mean, you can tell that they're very much on for what the past was. It's absolutely everywhere in Ukraine. Again, for the ones that have been there, you may have seen this. It's in the subways, it's on the streets. It's a reminder that even though they're not part of Russia, Russia is still very much involved. This is the Chernobyl Museum in downtown Kiev. And when you walk in, it's not just a museum about, hey, isn't it cool how a reactor works? It's about, look what Russia did to our country. That's the message when you go in there. Also, this is a car that they decided to go ahead and let be in the museum so you can see some of the brutality that happens. You can't really see it, but it was eye-opening to me on that car seat. You can literally see where the bullet comes in, just barely grazes and just keeps going in. Like you see the force of it when you're there. One of the most interesting things, this is a Soviet rocket launcher. The country of Ukraine grabbed this when Russia said this was many years ago, when Russia said, we don't have any troops there, we don't have any hardware there. To be like, yeah, you do, trying to call them out. And everywhere you go, you get this socialist realism art, and it's kind of sad. I'm kind of a fan of it. I don't know why. I just think it's kind of odd looking. It's everywhere. I was told not to take pictures of it because they absolutely hate it there. But it's everywhere. This is Joseph Stalin's desk. Again, I'm fascinated by this stuff just because of a Generation Xer and just being terrified of them. And I've always loved this one. This is how they see the world over there. So I wish I'd brought some, actually. That was stupid of me. But in all seriousness and humor aside, I want to show you kind of the horror of all of this in real time. You get connected to these people. And this is me when I showed up at this 0629 organization, news organization in Mariupol. They pull out the stops. They're so kind and generous. And what I want to point out there is this is me taking a picture of the group I'm working with. And those windows you see there, this is that same building now. This was the video I was playing for a sound check earlier. This is a mother and her child feeding pigeons. There's another stroller over there on the right. This building is the Donetsk Academic Regional Children's Museum, or theater, excuse me. You may have remembered this building in the news. This is the one where they painted children in Russian saying, please don't bomb this. They had 300 people in the basement. It was actually a bomb shelter down there 200 people died. This is the train station in Mariupol. This is the train station now. One of the things that absolutely hit me that was really powerful, this is a Jewish opera house that survived World War II, and they left it standing as a testament to their strength. I really wonder if it's still there now. So with all of that aside, I want to kind of give you some things to think about. And this is where I just want to get your brain spinning with what you do, and maybe there's a way to compartmentalize some of this with what you guys do for a living. This is Google Maps. And what's really interesting is when you're in the country of Ukraine, this is how technically, and this is my bad art, so I apologize, but this is how your country map looks if you are in Ukraine. Google is trying to be somewhat nonpartisan here, but they also have businesses in Georgia and in Ukraine and in Russia and so forth. YouTube's very strong in Russia. If you're in Russia, this is what your border looks like. So why wouldn't you fight for it? Very confusing, I think, depending on how you look at it. Another thing that kind of has been really interesting is we're seeing TikTok really become an interesting factor in all of this. 2022 study by fact-checking organization NewsGuard found that new users were fed misinformation within minutes, even if they weren't searching for it. And I love this quote. In just 1 month, TikTok went from being considered a serious threat to Putin's national support for the war to becoming another possible conduit for state propaganda. Here's an example of this. When the war first started, the blue that you see there, it's kind of hard to read this at first. That is basically information that is anti-war, coming from Russia, being posted inside Russia outward on TikTok. Clearly the dominant bit of information that's coming out. But watch what happens. Again, this is a China-based company, as you know. As the war begins to tick on, all of a sudden the pro-war stuff starts to go down, and the pro-war starts to go up, and the anti-war starts to go down the blue, all the way till when finally the ban kicks in. And now, even though it's been technically shut down in their country, it's still a safe haven for Russian propaganda to still be being pushed out. Here's an example of this in real time.
В 2015 году в Донецке установлен мемориал «Аллея ангелов».
Интернет и соцсети уже давно стали средством информационной войны.
Она убивает 10 тысяч в Донбассе. За время войны погибли сотни невинных детей.
Вот уже на протяжении целых 8 лет.
Освободительная операция РФ – это вынужденная мера. Мы не хотим установки новых мемориалов на Донбассе и вернуть детям мирное небо над головой. Мы за мир.
Я прошу вас сохранить холодный рассудок и вернуть детям мирное небо над головой.
Я не хочу войны, я за мир и...
Kind of creepy. Media Matters discovered 197 videos between March 4th and March 9th that had identical captions in video and text, all having favorable pro-Russia stances aimed at English-speaking audiences. So it was something that was sort of happening across the board. One of the things I've been kind of fascinated by, even though we've got a lot of digital capabilities in our country, if you think about how the war was exposed before it even got started, I was so proud of our country and how we actually put a step forward to at least call things out before they happened in real time. It was a little bit almost like opposite of how we normally do things. But I want you guys to think about things of how can we actually continue to help them, because VPN subscriptions and downloads through Russia have absolutely skyrocketed. They're dying for this information, even though it's being shut down. Telegram, for example, is still widely used. YouTube, 75% of Russians use YouTube. And there's a real dance right now because Russia doesn't want to shut it down because they know how popular it is. And Google's trying to figure out how do we do that balance. So there's an opportunity there. And again, to my fellow people in the room here, hacktivism. Have at it. Instagram, for example, was used as an opportunity here where they basically were putting how to actually use Tor and giving them the tricks on how to do that in Russian. So let's think about this as we are here at home. So about 48% of the US adults say they get news from social media, according to Pew Research. 48%. What happens when these social media platforms are owned by a foreign government? TikTok's a good example of that. Ironically, quid pro quo, YouTube is owned by a United States company. We now have access into Russia. And how do we educate and protect ourselves against misinformation and propaganda? I want to pause that just for a second and entertain a couple of thoughts on that, if anybody wants to be brave and have a voice this morning. What do you think about social media platforms being owned by other countries? And what do we do about it? Is it an issue? Is it not? How do we navigate that? Please. Well said. Thank you. Who else? Yes. Well said. Managing and educating. You're next. Mm. Thank you. Who else? Back there. Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be as knowledgeable as some of you all in the room, but it's my understanding that TikTok has the ability to actually, once you say, yep, I want this app on my phone, and everybody does this 2-second scroll accept, what you've also done is given them permission to actually see your modem and your history. Fascinating. Scary, fascinating. Anybody else? Yes, last one. Mm-hmm. It's well said. And I want to kind of point out one thing, too, that absolutely is horrifying to me, because I think we're all in this camp together in this room and then our peers. But if you watch some of the congressional hearings with Zuckerberg and some of the other technology giants, Congress hasn't a clue about any of this stuff. And they're the ones making the rules. And we have got to start championing this stuff bottom up, because it's not going to get done without us getting involved. By the way, there's also going to be a Mentos Coke Challenge as part of the event. So we're going to make that happen. Good comments. And so, let's take some of this stuff and look at it, what's happening right now. I was talking to Tori last night. This is real. We're now seeing it in our country. And going back to the point about having education in our country, which I'm going to hug you after this conference, so take off running. All right? But over in Ukraine and in Georgia, there are media hygiene classes, if you will. It's a poor way to say it, that's what it is. It's learning how to identify propaganda, learning how to think independently, learning how to see through the BS. We got to start having that in this country. It keeps me up at night because we're now seeing the effects of this in real time. I'm going to point out a real example of this that's going to cut home, and this is kind of a 360 moment for me. This stuff is so absurd. But this whole, Buffalo shooting false flag, I'm going to take you back to several years ago when my CBS affiliate station hit international news. If you remember this, this was a live Facebook, what do you call that thing? Live, whatever it is. I'm not on Facebook, huh? Facebook Live. And literally, a disgruntled cameraman decided to film him shooting in real time, the reporter and the person they were interviewing. One of my best friends in the whole world was vice president and lived not far from that when that happened. It was early in the morning, and he was the first one to be called to go look at the bodies, which, by the way, he still has post-traumatic stress because of that moment. But here's why I bring this up to the room. Years later, he lives in the middle of BFE, Virginia. He's got a farm. He's from New York City, but wanted to be down this way. And he had two people come driving down the road one day with Massachusetts tags on and basically came to his front door and said, "We know you're making this stuff up." So it's fascinating how the human mind can be quickly bent in all kinds of fun directions. So kind of my last little takeaway, just kind of to echo some of the things in the room, check the source in the date of publications. Encourage your friends to do this. Ask who authored this. Why was it created? Is it credible? Is it biased? Look beyond the headlines and the images. What kind of keywords or tone are they using? If you hear if a news organization is talking about something being censored, I see a lot of that. Like, there's a law right now. I think it's on the books in Texas that the way the law is written is that Google and Facebook and Instagram and so forth are applying censorship. If you think about it, it's a publicly leaning way to say that, a politically leaning way to say that, using censorship instead of maybe another word. Be aware of confirmation bias. Where is your own head when you're reading something? Check multiple sources. Question numbers and figures. Step out of your own comfort zone. Become a responsible content creator yourself. This is kind of a last little thing. This is really, really interesting. Like, for example, there's something called the media bias chart. I'm happy. You can hit me online with my email address if you want more information. But this is, again, an attempt to try to figure out, the bottom axis is, left-leaning to right-leaning, and then the up and down axis is, basically credible or not. And you can kind of see where things fall on that. I share this with friends of mine all the time that are really one way or the other. So, why does all this matter? If you'll just indulge me for a minute, I want to share with you some moments and some friends of mine. And I want to talk about the human race kind of thing. Ukrainian Nazis in Mariupol. This is a friend of mine, Svetlana, in downtown Kiev. This is a group of journalists in a very far remote corner of the country of Georgia. Another very dear friend of mine. We're having dinner together. And so on and so on and so on. Very, very normal, just like us kind of people with hopes and dreams. They want to be free. They want to be able to do what they want to do and live their own lives. This is so embarrassing. These two, I was having dinner at a friend's of mine house in Tbilisi, and the two daughters decided to draw a picture what they thought I looked like. It was not flattering, but it was endearing at the same time. This is a concert I was taken to, just for the energy of it in the room. Just watch. We spend a day having lunch out in the country, and they've rented a bus to take a whole bunch of us. It's me from the States, and then my translators, and then this is a bunch of Ukrainians. We're driving back home after a drunken afternoon. Okay, they're absolutely lit on this bus ride back, and they've been singing Ukrainian songs, and I'm like, I can't understand a word of them. And I'm in the very back of the bus, and I finally just kind of yell. I said, "Can we maybe just sing something we all know?" And here you go. Me laughing. We got back that evening, and this is on the Sea of Azov. The metalworkings plant would literally be right behind me taking this picture. But I share these people with you because they're real, and it's important work that you guys are doing. It is important work what you guys are doing. It's critical. And I think we're looking at all kinds of fun challenges right now as the world continues to unfold. So with that in mind, and trying to keep you guys on timeline, I'm just so honored to be with you today. Are there any questions, anything that are on your mind? Yeah. I agree. I wish I could be really intelligent and have an answer for that one. I think that's the big question in the room these days, and it's a well-spoken question. I think it's going to have to come from grassroots, bottom up. I don't think it's going to come from the big companies. And again, I'm going to try to not straddle a fence here and get political, but I think it's so interwoven and systemic. Everything from capitalistic models to socialistic models to the way media is basically run. It takes money, and where does that money come from? It comes from advertising. And if you got a psychographic demographic audience that leans one way, and that's where your money comes from, you're going to probably take your news content this way and on. How do you challenge that? I don't know. Well, I think it's a good point, and I will give you my 2 cents on it, and you may not agree with me. You can throw onions and potatoes and whatever else if you want to. It's a really interesting dichotomy because, ironically enough, you usually think of freedom and having lots of choices. There was an old television producer. His name was Cabby, and he was 70 years old when I first started in television way back in the days, like the late 90s. And I was in his office, and he was a grumpy, curmudgeon kind of man, and he goes, "Greg, you know what the problem is with everything these days?" He's like, "There's just too many effing choices." And I was like, "What do you mean, Cabby?" And he goes, "You ever go try to buy mustard now?" He's like, "There's like 1,000 different kinds of mustard. I just want mustard." And it's really a good point, because even though it's nice to have, Dijon, honeysuckle, whatever, mustard, it shuts your brain down. I'll give you a great example. I'm a Spotify person. I have got thousands of hours of music. And I've driven to work before and not listened to anything because I keep trying to figure out what song I want to listen to, right? We're all kind of there. So the discrepancy is choice is great, but I think it's causing problems. But yet you don't want to limit choices because then all of a sudden that's too much power in one. I don't have the answer, but God, we got to figure it out. Yes? Yeah. I'll tell you what I do. Not that it's the best practice or anything, but I'm a huge news junkie by design. And every morning, by the way, my wonderful, beautiful wife is here, Donna. She can attest to this, which, by the way, I think she's here today to see if I'll stumble. Then she can tease me all the way home. But what I do in the morning is I literally, across my browser toolbar, I've got bookmarks. And it's kind of, this is really nerdy, and I have like almost ADA, but over here is left-leaning news. All the way over here is right-leaning. And I will literally, again, now this is the bad part. I'm headline skimming, and it's not a good idea because then you're not getting in depth. But also, I'm 90 miles an hour. I've got things to do. I got a business to run and kids and all stuff. And so what I'll do is I'll start with one, and I kind of look at the patterns of where the stories are hitting. And unfortunately, or fortunately, is it ultimately comes down to yourself being educated enough. Again, not having bias, if you can try to, and try to digest what you're reading. So I literally will be over here, starting with CNN, and I'll end over here with Fox. And I even have Al Jazeera and BBC. But what I try to do in the middle is AP and Reuters. Those are the ones that I feel like are surfing probably the most appropriate because they really don't have an agenda. They're literally just journalists giving stories out that then the news organizations take and make their own. It's not the best model, but it's right now the one that I've come up with. It's a great question. Yeah. I'll take one last question if anybody has anything. Okay. Доброе утро. Good morning. Yeah. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you guys. A fantastic conference. Already to kind of get the day started with. Thank you for taking a moment and putting up with me this morning.
That was awesome. Sorry, I didn't get to see all of it running around and dealing with things, but for the parts that I saw were great. So right now, couple of logistics updates for things. So we're going to actually be putting the wall up here. So as of a little bit ago, there's fresh coffee, there's donuts. So that's the part that's going to happen now. While we get that in place, registration has moved upstairs. The important part about that is the stamp cards. When you get them stamped, for those of you that want to do that for your extra raffle ticket, you will want to go and turn that card into reg, and they will give you the extra raffle ticket. So that's one thing. And then the last thing is workshops tomorrow, just for awareness. There is a threat modeling workshop, a resume and interview workshop. So those of you that are looking for input on resumes, input on interviewing, things of that sort, please show up to that. If you have it and you want somebody to take a look at it, bring resume. Couldn't hurt, right? And then the last workshop will be malware and C2 development. There'll also be, in addition to the games in the CTF, some PowerPoint roulette. Anybody sat through one of those, that should be amazingly, hilariously fun. And some hacker jeopardy. So just hope to see folks there tomorrow. So, all right, so we're going to get the room reconfigured, and then the talks in track 1 and track 2 will resume once we get the reconfiguration done. Thanks.
on again.
Yeah, literally.
Slow technology.
Is it better now?
Turn it off and on again.
Literally, we just did. And funny enough, it worked.
Now, how do I make it stop doing this? Oh, yeah. We're good? Mic check, mic check. I'll check it. All right. It's all you, Chief. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. For those of you who don't know me.
All right. We're going to
Mind talking the mic? Oh. You have our mic! Panic! I can hear it from here. We have each other's mics. Oh. Welcome to the chaos. Oh, this is amazing. I love it. Love it. Welcome to cons. They're phenomenal. Wonderful people. Thank you. But yeah, I don't need a mic. I'm more than loud enough. I got a big mouth. It's fine. But yeah, so sorry if I'm a little out of it right now. I'm hungover. It seems my liquor about as well as Russians hold fighting positions. Oh yeah, it's gonna be like that. So I have a very interesting background. We're gonna cover all of that. But before we do, I have to cover this disclaimer.
I understand that by voluntarily disclosing the following information, I acknowledge that my statements made in the following disclosures may be used as an admission, confirmation, and/or acknowledgement of actions taken on my part that may or may not define me as a mercenary, saboteur, cyber warfare operator, pirate, and/or spy, which disqualifies me from any protections afforded to me under the Geneva Conventions. I am into some shit you will see soon enough. I have been afforded every reasonable legal opportunity to enlist in the Ukrainian military via official channels, and due to my personal choice to maintain my United States security clearance, I voluntarily opted not to take the oath of enlistment and accept my contract with the Ukrainian military. The actions I have taken and continue to take, I do so of my own volition, free of any coercion, use of force, threats of use of force, extortion, intimidation, and/or bribery. I receive no compensation for the actions I have taken or will take, or for any statements made in the following information. I understand that my conference talk will be recorded and distributed publicly, and that I have absolved in writing BSides Charlotte, BSides Security, or Security BSides, and all of its sponsors, administrators, board members, volunteers, and third-party services of any liability for anything that should happen to me by my conference talk publication. That should set the tone. So we are going to have a lot of fun. My background, I am ex-military, Army, and I had a hell of a good time doing it. Loved every minute of it. I miss it every day. After I got out, I got defense contracting. I did that for a solid 10, 15 years. I've worked on everything from the Pentagon, DISA, DUM, SBA, nuclear sites, the Aurora supercomputer project. If it's big, it's bad, it's loud, I probably touched it at least once. I have confirmed intel campaigns against the Russians, the Chinese, and North Koreans, confirmed by the FBI and AFO, intel swap in Tampa. I've had active operations against the Chinese additionally, which I worked with and collaborated with the Senate Intelligence Committee. I've supported multiple intelligence committees, doing multiple defense contract work, March Center, Pentagon, Fort Meade. I worked with SOC teams. I've worked with so many SOCs. Oh my God, it gets old. RSA, SBA, nuclear sites, the list goes and goes and goes and goes. And then I've worked with, oddly enough, because they're almost identical, fraud. Because fraud and SOC work are almost completely linear. The only distinctive difference is one pays substantially more. You should definitely look into it, fintech. Now, a lot of people have been asking me this. I have personal attachments to what is going on in the Ukraine. Because, as you can see in this picture here, I'm literally standing beside the BSides Kiev sign as I'm giving my conference talk there. I have personal friends there. I've known them for years. They're very good people, very honest people. I've spoken at Kharkiv, Kiev, and UIHGCon. Me and the Russians, we also have a very unique history. I've had a history with them for years now. It started back when I was working at the Pentagon, and I found my first love letter on my car. I went through standard security processes. I reported it to my security officer. They took it. MPs investigated, blah, 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 whatever. And then it got spicier from there. That ended up, I want to say, 2 or 3 years ago, there was an app called FaceApp. Does anybody remember it? So FaceApp was an app that me and my crew, we decided we were going to sink our teeth into as a test project to see if we could cut it as a pro crew. We were the guys that hacked FaceApp, dumped their Firebase key, pilfered all of their user data, exfiltrated all of the information about their network infrastructure, and discovered that they were working directly with the Kremlin. And so that caused a huge issue with FaceApp. The Russians got very much so pissed off. And, you know, that was our cutting of teeth. Our real fun started after we hacked the Kremlin. That got really spicy. That's when we ended up meeting with the FBI and AFOSI. But it wasn't even about the Russians, really. I didn't really care about the fact that they were smuggling weapons that were North Korean in nature and make as a guise of Chinese weapons that they were moving in through Russia and selling in the markets. Those Chinese weapons are North Korean, by the way, the MK-60s. Those aren't actually, you know, Chinese. They're really made in North Korea for super cheap labor. That was probably when they got involved, was after we already did substantial damage to their operations and the fact that we had, popped their systems and stolen their data. Shortly after that, we started to get into some interesting things. I went to my first and only appearance in DEF CON to make an intel drop, and that's when I got probably the worst call. As I've said many times, reporters don't just randomly throw themselves off a balcony a week after making a negative report about the Kremlin. Dogs don't randomly die the same day that you do an intel swap at DEF CON. And so maybe it's just a fluke accident. Either case, I shouldn't have had to be there in the first place. Had I been home, I'd still have my good boy. And so in either case, I take it very personally. I'd like to give a special thanks to a couple of people that have helped me put this together. Ryan Macbeth, he's a weapons expert and an intel enthusiast aficionado. He helped me to identify several weapon systems that were actively involved in theater so that I could create a system that could automatically analyze it through NLP and image analysis. Firecat here at the conference helping me to modify the images in the films to make them to where they're family friendly. And our good old and Vladdy, because he's the shitstorm of a century. But he's provided quite a bit more intel than he's intended to. This is just a breakdown of all the things people have done for me. I like to give credit where it's due. Fortunately, Vladdy couldn't be reached for comment because he's currently doing donuts over the ocean shortly after he did a release of his. Seems like he didn't expect that to go over too well. So he boot-scooted boogie. But people keep asking me, am I poking the bear? I think this answers the question. I ain't here to poke the bear. I'm here to slap the shit out of it. So, getting straight into the fun part. We're going to go into breaking down core components. Then we're going to move very, very quickly into very, very sophisticated components. But we got to start at the basics. What is hacking? Hacking is the act of compromising devices, digital or otherwise, and networks through unauthorized access to account or computer systems. I don't personally agree with it. I think it's a very bad definition, leveraged as a way to effectively criminalize our entire industry. My personal hacking is the art of using system services, process, or tools in a way other than their initial design and intent to achieve a goal or objective. I feel like what we do is art and not a crime. And then which a lot of people misconstrue quite often, intelligence, that's the act of gathering and analyzing publicly available data for intelligence purposes. An example of that would be using your speaker discount code to accidentally order shirts, tickets, and badges meant for staff only. Turns out that code works for everything. Oops. And then OSINT would be using a variety of openly available information sources to catalog and distribute information detailing war crimes and criminal offenses of a hostile nation, which will remain unnamed, including its supporting PMCs. By the way, quick note, I've got intel drops to make, so if anybody would like a copy of the current active goodies, just let me know. And so we're going to go right into the next component. This is where things typically get confusing for people, is the difference between data flow, and intelligence. They are not the same. A lot of people misconstrue these. Data is facts and statistics collected together for reference and analysis. It's effectively, from a scientific perspective, just generic information. From our perspective, computer data is files sitting on a computer system with a particular use. Data flow is movement of that throughout the system. Intelligence is not the same. Intelligence is a core component of a subtype of data that has an intended purpose, and that is either for military or political value in most cases from standard definition. But from an application of an intelligence perspective, it has a wide array of implementations. Everything from political to scientifica, it all depends on what the use case is, and there are thousands of types of intelligence. We're going to cover 6. And so examples of this, to break it down, would be video files. That's data. Data flow would be something like the aforementioned files running through an NLP system. And then intelligence would be those files running through an NLP system that reveals allegedly people are being forced into enlistment through the use of sextortion for and or by certain military organizations and PMCs, which I did find the video. There is actual evidence. That's part of the drop. Now, getting into the types of intelligence that we will cover and use here. There's counterintelligence, which is the active design to prevent or thwart spying, intelligence gathering, sabotage by local or foreign enemies. I'm not a fan of a lot of these definitions, but I didn't. Military is the informed information that is gathered by the government or army about the current enemies of the country and their activities. That one I agree with. Foreign information is information related to capabilities, intentions, or activities of foreign governments or elements thereof, foreign organizations or foreign persons, or international terrorist activities. I would think that would fall under a combination of both. And then you've got business, which is very effective for here. I don't know if y'all have looked into it, but there's actually quite a few companies here if you consider everybody's employer. So business intelligence is phenomenal, like the fact that I learned how Bank of America does access control. Technology-driven process for analyzing data and delivering actionable information that helps executives, managers, and workers make informed business decisions. That falls very heavily into more of the BIS practice. I personally agree with that. I think that business intelligence could also have a hybrid implementation of a subsect for human int, because if you look at how ATSs function as a means to leverage human intelligence on your collective staff, which collectively make up your workforce, which collectively make up your company. And so that's one of the areas where it gets gray and very quickly collides. But one of the things that we'll cover in this talk is what happens when you have actual intelligence versus definition intelligence. Because in most cases, there's no such thing as a standalone intelligence system. Most intelligences are hybrid. They work together, like with recruiting. That's human intelligence meets cyber intelligence, because you're not just looking at the person as a resume, you're also looking them up by profiling them. You're checking out their Facebook accounts. You're checking out their social media accounts. You're checking out their previous work history. You're combining multiple things there at the same time. You're pulling their credit. You're analyzing their criminal histories. All of these things are different types of intelligences working together. And then cyber intelligence, which is not to be confused with cyber threat intelligence, they are not the same, is acquiring, processing, and analyzing or disseminating information that identifies, tracks, and predicts threats, risks, and opportunities inside the cyber domain to offer course of action to enhance decision making. Cyber threats are more so intelligence on cyber actors. Cyber intelligence is more like threat map. So if you think about it from a perspective of what is my cyber infrastructure, enterprise infrastructure, versus cyber threats, threat actors, it's easier to see the differential between the two. It's also how you handle with the indexing in a more efficient manner. Because if you try to blend the two together, if anybody's actually ever tried vulnerability management, that's that disaster that tries to merge those two together, and it's why all those people hate their job. Well, maybe not all of them. There are some psychopaths among us. And then human intelligence, which is commonly known as many people as social engineering, is the intelligence gathered by means of interpersonal contact as opposed to more technical intelligence gathered disciplines such as signals and imagery and the measurement of signature intelligence. Now, what's valuable about human intelligence, especially if you understand how people work, is that you can leverage human intelligence to do a lot more damage, in my personal opinion, than anything else. A perfect example is what literally just happened to Uber. By the way, they arrested him as of this morning. Our young man has been captured. Oh, our poor soldier. They got him. They got him in Oxfordshire. 17-year-old. He hacked Uber. He hacked Grand Theft Auto 6 and several other minor instances that they didn't bother to mention. He is unfortunately looking at significant time. Hopefully they will see an asset instead of an asshole. and they will turn him into a upstanding citizen that will contribute significantly to the future of cyber defense for the UK government. Or throw him in a box. Now, I left out the counterintelligence one. I didn't want to have any kind of issues with TTPs being potentially breached, so I left that one blank. However, I did include one for the military intelligence, which is a collective current day, as of yesterday, count of total collateral losses for the Russian military, which is substantial. I mean, I'm no math genius, but if a tank is 25 for Mr. Putin. One of my favorite ones for foreign intelligence that I found was the fact that one of his own oligarchs have become so dissatisfied with his performance and experience that he put out a $10 million bounty on his own president in broad daylight, which, by the way, can be redeemed in any currency and any bullion, including Bitcoin, in case we got any, green berets in the crowd. So I'm just saying. I ain't saying $10 million is a lot of money. One of my favorite things that popped up recently, days prior to the partial mobilization announcement made, was this wonderful little piece here from Google as business intelligence, which was the #1 search, I think, on the planet, which is pretty impressive. How to leave Russia. And that was like 3 days ago? And I think it's still in the top 5. Like, a lot of people are looking to leave. One of my personal favorites, because I'm a huge resource advocate, was what I found with Wagner. They are a multi-billion-dollar company with 8,000 employees and 40,000 military combatant contractors, effectively mercenaries, and they're using Let's Encrypt for their CA process. And it's not even the long-term one. It's the 30, 60, 90, and they've refreshed it like 16 times in the past 5 days. Definitely can't say that their security's on point. And then this wonderful artifact is courtesy of Ryan. This is their way of recruiting people for their military, specifically their armored battalion division for their tanks. Given the fact that they've lost 4,800 tanks in less than a year, seem to be a little short on manpower. But for $3,800 a month, you too can drive your own Russian tank. Now, like I said, some favorites of mine are the hybrids. This lovely piece of artwork has been blurred out, courtesy of our friends here. It's a little bit rough, so I understand that they wanted to, blur it out. This was what was left by the Ukrainian IT army on the recruiting page of Wagner. So what they did was they were like, well, you're going to publicly recruit as of July. By the way, they didn't bother to get their website stood up until after July. Really bad planning, but this seems to be a theme. But they got this website up, and they were like, WordPress. Yeah, we can do that. And then they just, popped this bad boy on there and showed all the things that you get for enlisting in Wagner and all the different types of outputs. And so, needless to say, Wagner just seems to be they're just having some issues finding people. I can't put my finger on it, but I think I know why. So, getting into intelligence. Who in here has an elastic stack in their workplace? Got to be at least one of you. You poor soul. Do either of you run your elastic stacks? You like running an elastic stack? That's a good model. That's a good model. Elastic Stack is actually one of my favorite systems, and I apologize if I made your life miserable about a year ago, but I'm part of the reason why Elastic Stack now has XPack for free, when I might have had every Elastic Stack system on the planet that didn't have XPack active. Then I kind of went on my LinkedIn and was like, yo, BT dubs, want 40 petabytes of data. I got some messages. They weren't happy. They thought it was, well, let me rephrase that. The people I worked with thought it was hilarious. The upper management were not a fan, but it's a live and learn lesson on why you should make security a default. And like with airplanes, safety isn't really an additional optional feature. You kind of need a plane to land. I'm just saying. But getting into the intelligence components. Intelligence is one of my favorite places to play. I love intelligence. It's where I got my start heavily in the SOC. Intelligence is incredibly important. Managing the data is incredibly difficult, incredibly painful. You have to understand what is intelligence. Then you have to understand what is good intelligence. Then you have to understand what is good intelligence for you. Because what is good intelligence for me is not good intelligence for him, is not good intelligence for her. Everybody has a different use case for specific types of intelligence. The problem is the industry tries to have a bucket shotgun approach where they just have one massive feed. It's intelligence for everything. And 2/3 of that intelligence, while good and confirmed, known good, high fidelity, it has no application. I, as a bank, am not worried about cybersecurity targeting against video teleconferencing companies. I'm not Netflix. I don't care if someone's trying to steal content because I don't have any content to share. However, I am highly interested in anybody who's a ZooSpot operator because I am highly, highly allergic to Zeus. So let's keep that far, far, far away from me. That's where intelligence becomes a very, very important component. That's where understanding FICA comes into play. It's fidelity, integrity, quality, and age. Each one has its own separate purpose. Each one has its own separate significance. So we're going to cover the definitions, then we're going to cover examples. So fidelity is faithfulness to one's cause or belief, demonstrated by continuing loyalty and support. Integrity is the quality of being honest and having principles. Then quality is the standard of something that's measured against other things of similar kind. So it's likeness. So if you've got Elastic Stack Manager, an Elastic Stack Manager, if he's running a terabyte system and he's running a zettabyte system, that's similar kindness, but that is not similar scale. And then age. How old is the information? Who in here has seen the love virus? How relevant is the love virus to today's modern implementation? Would you include that in a security stream for hashes for malware? Probably not, because the odds of seeing it, unless you found it in a museum from a computer that was in the basement, that you had to blow the dust off and spin up by accident, and then security freaked out because you plugged into the network. Like, odds are very, very, very slim that you're going to find that. So that's when we get into things like the examples. We've got people streaming once a day. They're very, very dedicated to it. You've got your favorite streamers. I know some of you watch gamers on Twitch for some weird reason. You creeps. Why don't you play the game yourself? But it's a great example because it's easy to understand. Some people only stream once a month. They're not that committed. Fidelity is very important when it comes to security. Because if you only send me an update every once in a blue moon, that's not going to help my organization. It helps everything that you contribute. But the odds of it being significant in terms of impact on the long term and to the high level scales is slim if you're only sending me one update a day. If I'm only getting one entry a day, it doesn't help me. Integrity. A great example of bad integrity would be U.S. mainstream media. I think we can all agree they're all full of shit. I'll say it if nobody else will. High integrity, though, Toyota and Honda. I found this out when I started researching it. Toyota and Honda are two of the best engine makers in the world. Honda only has one engine, and out of 364 fail. 1 out of 364 Honda motors fail. That's 0.3% failure rate. That is a 99.7% integrity rate. That is phenomenal. And if anybody's ever done business with Micro Center, if you get the warranty, it doesn't matter what decade it is. They'll still take it. They're just that phenomenal as a business. I've had things blow up on me because of a faulty power strip, and they honored the warranties that expired on all of my hardware for my computer tower, simply because that's their level of integrity. Phenomenal company. That's where I buy everything from. Then we've got quality. Jumped off a bridge. Right. What's that tell you? What bridge? Where? When? Who's he? I don't get any information from that. That computer's infecting people. Okay, great. What's the IP? DNS? Ports? Give me something. Then, compared to on April 4th, 2022, John Doe jumped off the Johnny B. Good Bridge on 5th Street in Wino Parachute, Florida. Because, of course, it's Florida man. Of course, it's Florida man. Then age. Event occurs on the 10th. Real life example. We'll find it the same day, on the 10th. Other Intel analysts like Ryan will find it on the 15th. New York Post won't find it till the 20th, 25th, never. Who knows? That just is what it is. Understanding those. Hold on to those in your mind. Very important later. Now, this is where we get into data. Data structure versus data model. They are not the same. Ask any database admin that you know. They get very angry when you start to confuse the two, especially if they're a software developer, because they have to deal with both. Data structure definition is the logical view, and a file structure is the actual physical arrangement of the data. Data modeling describes the conceptual view of how data, which purports to model reality, is arranged in a computer system. One is a method of organizing large amounts of data more efficiently so that operation becomes easy, like the implementations of an elastic stack or a database. The representation of a state, process, or system that we want to understand and reason about. If you have an application, you have a data structure, you have an elastic stack, you have a Postgres database, Mongo, something. Then on the application side, you have a data model. You have your primary key, your foreign key. Then you have all your key value pairs that's structured in a particular manner. It helps you to visualize in your mind through verbal cue, typically in writing, a diagram. Perfect example is just like this, structures, where I'm sticking the data versus model. I've got my data, and it's got a primary key of source, and then it's got a name, a country of origin, a site, a fidelity score, an integrity score, a quality score, age score. Each of those are key value pairs. Those key value pairs are all tied to its primary key. Now, if the primary key also has foreign keys inside of that primary key, that's where you have multi-tiered hierarchical data models. That's where things get spicy. Just ask the elastic guy. Now, how it can look for something like what we're doing right now. We've got source. It can go into one type of data infrastructure. You could have user accounts authenticating against Postgres. That's a data model and a data structure. Then you could have the source, which is a primary key. That could be in the Postgres system. Then you can have events, which are all cataloged, each with potentially more primary keys or secondary keys. You've got, in this one, you've got foreign keys. So you've got artifacts. Artifacts is tied to the event. Event's tied to the source. So it's a foreign key and a foreign key. So it's a multi-tiered, three-tiered hierarchical data model. And then in that, you've got them structured out, and each one is stored in a different place. Some are stored in the Postgres system. Some information is stored in Elastic. Some of it's stored in Mongo. What you do with data structure, this data model, is you have a data model which indicates what you will have as data. Your data structure is where you will put it based on performance. One is for diagramming. One is for performance. You want to understand the difference because some systems are not created equal in terms of performance of the same file type. Postgres is not as good with video data as Mongo. Why? Because that's how it's built. Now, we've got our data. We've got our data structure. We've got our data model. Now what? Well, data is just a giant bucket. If each table is just a giant bucket and each of you have information, you've got a laptop. He's got a laptop. He's taking notes. He's on his cell phone. Each of y'all have different sets of data. Each of y'all have different sets of information. You could probably tell me what I said 5 sentences ago. He could tell me my entire talk. I don't know what he can tell me at all. But what happens if you need a piece that he missed, and then he needs a piece that he missed? How do you get that information together? You've got pieces of the same information, but not all of the information collectively together to build the picture that you want. That's where normalization and ETL comes in. Exchange or extract, depending on who you ask. It's extract, transform, load. This is the process where you go into normalizing of the data. And its basic definition is the process of organizing data such that it seems consistent across all records and fields. Why this is relevant is if I have different fields than you do, and I build a Python script, for instance, or a Flask application to process data, and it's looking for all of the data, and it's not there, most cases, they fail safe, which means it fails closed, errors out, kicks an error, and you're sitting there debugging for the next 4 hours trying to figure out what the hell happened, only to realize that you forgot the period in column 27 of one of your data fields. And now all of a sudden, you've got this huge mess you've got to go fix. Now, exchange, transform, load, that's a fun process because that's the process of taking the existing data from multiple sources. You're taking all of that data, you're saying, okay, well, this is what I have in this. I've got video, I've got picture, I've got statements, I've got Twitter posts and Instagram posts. This is all the things that I've got. How can I normalize this? What can I do to say, okay, well, here's all of my data points in all the places. How do I make this look the same? Then you take that information and then normalize it. You exchange, you extract, transform, and load it, pushes it into that format, and now all that information in each of the events will be standardized even if the fields are blank, which is fine. You don't have to have every field populated because systems like Elasticsearch can do queries based on what fields you're looking for and ignore all the other ones, which is why it's an incredibly good indexing software. Now, what that looks like in production is a visualization like this, especially in modern-day cloud infrastructure. You'll typically have some kind of a bucket, typically an S3 bucket. All the data gets shoved in the bucket. Please turn on your bucket security because you're just giving me all your raw data. You make it too easy, man. Come on. You'll have multiple types of data sets here from source 1, source 2, and source 3. Well, I don't want 1, 2, and 9. I just want 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5, and 6. So I take that data and I ETL it into this. Well, how does that transform into a production implementation on a modern-day battlefield? Well, let's talk about Susie Q. I'll leave her name out. She was a Ukrainian soldier. She thought it was a wonderful idea to boost the morale of her fellow soldiers by taking a selfie video about 560 feet from a HIMARS system firing missiles upon enemy Russian positions, and then posted said video online. Well, Susie Q, welcome to the S3 bucket. Your video is now being processed by the NLP and the imagery processing libraries of Python. I've identified key entries 1, 2, and 6 of value, your longitude, your latitude, and your weapon system ID, courtesy of Mr. Ryan. I know it's a HIMARS system. Well, guess what? A HIMARS system is an incredibly high-value target. So now, I take that information, I forward it over to my FAC, my FO, or my spotter for their fire order application, and you and all your colleagues are dead before dessert. That is how very, very quickly one video can become an incredibly expensive learning experience for a military unit. This is why they tell you, 1, do not share your position with anyone other than your unit individuals. 2, do not under any circumstances take pictures of where you are or what you are doing or what gear you have. And 3, definitely don't post it online because we know you're going to. Now that we've got data, we've got intelligence, we've got the definitions of good intelligence, now we've got all our buckets and they're organized. We've got our elastic stacks and we've got our databases. That's wonderful. Everything's being shoved in. Well, here's the problem. I got to query that somehow. I've got to make it human interoperable. I've got to integrate some kind of search and filtering component. Well, what happens if you go and you type in Ukraine-Russia war right now in Google search? How many billion hits is that going to give you? All of the things? Probably. So how does Google, for instance, decide what's actually relevant? Because, first of all, this isn't the first war the Russians and the Ukrainians have had. And that's where things like FICA come into place. Age. How old is it? Because I don't think you care about the 97 engagements, the 2004, or the 2014 engagements. You care about what's happening today. Things like fidelity. Where's it coming from? Integrity. What's their value? Who is it from? Who is it by? And then obviously the quality. The more in-depth and the more unique to what you're looking for, and the more times in that search instance Ukraine-Russia war are mentioned, the more likely that is to be put to the top. That is weighting. That is the value of weighting. Now, the definition of weighting depends dramatically on who you ask. Some people will tell you weighting is statistical based. Some people will tell you weighting is scoring based. Some people will tell you weighting is purpose based. My personal opinion, it's driven by purpose for quality of outcome. You focus directly on what's your quality of outcome for the system. What is the purpose? What am I here for? If I'm a fire for effect or a fire order or forward operator, what I want to do is I want a system that's very, very good at what it does. So I need information that's very, very relevant to what I want it to do. Everything else is useless. I've got this whole elastic stack system, 270 indexes. I only care about 2. And in those, I only care about half the data in those 2. I want the launch, I want the lat, I want the authorization order number from the person who requested it, I want their point of contact information in case I have to confirm, and I want the target. What am I shooting? Because I want at least a decent idea of what I'm pointing a giant gun at. Then you pull the trigger. Boom. Now, like I said, purpose, objectives, relevance, weight. This is how you determine what you're going to do with any application and any form of intelligence. What is it supposed to do? What's my objective completion map? How do I get from point A to point completion where my boss is happy enough to give me another project after this one? The third one is, what is the relevance for the intelligence? What does this data do specifically for the purpose, for the objectives? How is it relevant to me? And the more relevant it is, the more weight it gets. This is how you can do an actual scoring mechanism. Time frame. Frequency. How often does it pop up? Filtering. What are my search parameters? Because I know better than the system does for what I want. It's an administrative implementation. And in the back end is the scoring component for FICA. I want to know how high they scored. The higher they scored, the more valuable it is. Perfect example of that is CIA Director Mortimer Smith Sr. reports that senior CIA scientist Richard Sanchez has assassinated U.S. civilian Jerry Smith over familial affairs gone awry yesterday morning. This is going to have an exceptionally high score. 1, because it's coming from a CIA director. 2, he's reporting something negative about his own organization. 3, he confirms the employee who did it. 4, the victim, when it was, and why. You wouldn't lie about somebody in your own organization killing somebody else. But a perfect example of a bad score would be C-137 Rick has decided to hand over the portal gun formula. You should have seen how that was going to go. This is what pipelines look like. Raw sources into storage to deduplication. You're either going to accept the data because it's relevant, because it's intelligence, you're looking for troop movement, or you find pictures of people moving Ford cars. Probably don't care about that. Reject it. Then it moves into the pipeline. Secondary pipeline, which is where we get into tools. There's a variety of tools that you can use. I use these. You can use whatever you want. Then it moves into the tooling process. You separate the data sources based on where they come from. You want to be able to manage that efficaciently. You want to separate third party. So other intel analysts is a perfect example. Local news media, Government agencies, you want to handle that completely differently, different types of data. And then social media sources, you want to handle each of those in that point, but from different indexing components, either their own Elastic instances or databases, depending on what you want to work with, and then also separate it out based on each of those individually implemented. Because Instagram's data model is not going to be the same as Twitter's, it's not going to be the same as Facebook's, and you're going to have to normalize all of that to the same component, which is why you bucket them together. Because government's going to be entirely different model-wise to them comprehensively. TTPs. These are all popular TTPs. The core component to notice from this are the groups, the hacking groups that are active right now. It's one of the first times we've had a major conflict where active cybersecurity groups, civilians, have gotten involved to a level to where the collateral damage and impact is substantial. Right now, that's Cozy Bear and Fancy Bear. They're pretty much the only ones that are even worth considering. Then you've got the tactics from the governments, Russia in this case. They're both doing a lot of the same thing, fabricated videos, like when they bombed Donetsk. They didn't actually bomb Donetsk. It doesn't even match the same fire effect for the same type of rounds. Fabricated images, like dead civilians. Then you've got fabricated documents, like invasion information. You've got fabricated attacks, covered that already. And then you've got false reporting, like the Russians say they haven't lost that many people. The piles and piles and piles of tanks being dragged around by tractors would probably say otherwise. I'm just saying. Troop count, event occurrence, casualties, all things of these natures, all problematic, all unique though. And the TTs are based on the agency. Both of the governments have their own agencies. Now, one of my favorites from the Ukraine is Hack Your Mom. We're going to cover what they did in a moment because what they did was phenomenal. And then you've got the Ukraine IT Army, which actually did a public recruitment here recently. Fortunately, I missed that opportunity. That would have been fun. Then the implementation of Intel from an accountability perspective. These are artifacts that I have gathered from leveraging these exact processes and pipelines. I found war crimes for looting, rape, mass murder, and mass graves. Found castration videos, which is incredibly unfortunate and cruel. Sextortion, where they're being forced into enlistment against their consent and kept in enlistment against their will. Then I found cases that are more criminal in nature. Petty theft, speeding. By the way, even if you're invading a country, you still have to obey their speed limit. Who knew? And then one that makes me just incredibly sad was one video where they carved a Z on a dog's snout. And there was just no need for that. That was just uncalled for. But there's a special circle in hell for people like that. But getting to Hack Your Mom, these guys leveraged human intelligence to cyber intelligence, to counterintelligence, to military intelligence, to human intelligence. By leveraging social engineering to successfully flirt with Russian military soldiers to get them to divulge their current location as a military operation, which they then fed to the Ukrainian primary military, and they turned them into space dust with this information. This is a perfect example of round, find out. When you leverage all of the fun things with human intelligence, social engineering, this is called e-whoring, then they took that information to engage them on a cyber level, interact with their social media accounts, Facebook. It's why your military units tell you expressly, under no circumstances do you tell a complete stranger or even your own family members where you are, what you are doing, or what you are doing with what, with who. This is why. They turned it into counterintelligence because they found out enemy position, enemy information, weapon size, unit strength, all of these things. They even talked about defenses and what air defense systems they had in place. Then they converted that into military intelligence by handing it over to an opposing power, who then turned that into human intelligence in the form of an obituary. So, This is a wonderful, wonderful example of the combination and a perfect example of a hybrid implementation that effectively demonstrates the value of intelligence at large, at scale, effectively when it's weighted with value. They found out who they were. They only targeted them. They eliminated anybody who wouldn't have the information. They pressed where they knew it would hurt. They got the information. They successfully implemented the information. It got escalated. It came from a high FICO score source because they'd had previous interactions with the Ukrainian IT Army in the past. Because of that, they acted quickly on the information because it was weighted. And because they acted on it and it was weighted, they destroyed an entire military base and a very high-end, high-value capture target for an active military place that allowed them to advance the efforts in the war. But that's all I've got for slides, because I expect a lot of people have a lot of questions, so feel free. And also let me know if there's any questions in Discord. Okay, cool. Who's got questions? There's always one. What we got? Cyber and intelligence, I started in the military. And so when I got into the military, I started in systems. I moved from systems to compliance, compliance to security. When I got out of the military, I started working in DOD. And then I was ending up in hybrid roles where I was doing cyber, intelligence, and systems simultaneously. I'm assuming you want to get into intelligence? Oh, perfect. You're looking to work for the feds? Have you downloaded OpenCTI or MISP? You need to download both. That's where you're going to learn MISP and then OpenCTI. Those are phenomenal platforms for intelligence. It's a great place to get started. Most people know what they are. And then once you're done with that, you've got that up and running, you want to start playing with RabbitMQ, ZeroMQ, Kafka, and Kinesis. Because that's going to get you into messaging. That's when you get into big kid land. Small fry just lets you learn the tool. Production implementation is with messaging because you want an event-driven process. What other questions we got? Yes, sir. This one or that one? Pipeline? That one? So in regards to dedupe for rejection or dedupe or rejection just in general because you don't want the data? So when you don't want the data, you've typically made the conscious decision either through manual or automated processes of identifying the data by looking at the data and deciding that's not data I want. Now that being said, just because you got rid of it here at the reject phase, that data still exists in raw. It's still in your S3 bucket. So you can go back and pull that data later. It's archived. It's just not going directly into your Elastic systems or your databases. The raw still exists. So if you want to go back later by saying, okay, well, the organization said, okay, well, we didn't care about Ford data, but now that we know that they're putting in the BLE technology, which allows you to literally walk over and stop the Ford car with a cell phone, all of a sudden now we want to know who's driving a Ford. Because I can literally take a $20 Android, put a BLE messaging app that Ford gives you, and it will automatically stop the car if I throw it near the vehicle. Because it will assume it's a person. The car will be messaged by the cell phone. It will automatically assume that it's a human being, and it will stop the vehicle. That is 2016 Ford, Ford Sync, or Copilot 360. But that's a perfect example of why you would want to keep that information in the bucket. That's why I recommend it that way, because you can go back and revisit it if somebody like Ford decides to do something incredibly stupid and give someone the ability to effectively turn your car off on a whim with a $20 device. What other questions we got? Oh my God, I love the military. Every day. Every day, man. You throw me in a box, you ship me overseas, I'd be so damn happy. Absolutely. Throw me in a box here in the States, I'd be so damn happy. Military and civilian interactions are not the same. We are a different breed, and it's just something you come to accept when you get into the military, and more importantly, when you get out. It is two very different op-tempos with two very different approaches to the things that we do. From my perspective, I take what I do very seriously because my work history has collectively always involved the lives of hundreds of thousands to millions of people, whether it was healthcare.gov, where I directly provided insurance to 20 million plus Americans, or if it was something like the nuclear site, where if I made a single mistake, one mistake, there wouldn't be an eastern seaboard anymore. Because when you're pen testing nuclear devices and something goes awry, it's FEMA that's writing the after action report, not you. Things get very ugly very fast. And so when I'm working in that environment type, when I'm working with the military, Mark Center, Pentagon, those environments are very different. When you get out and you go work for RSA, you're playing Mother May I with corporate America. You hope your manager cares about their job. Or at least the paycheck. What else we got? It depends on the person. Everybody's got their own particular interests and passions. Mine is a hybrid between multi-platform implementations and software development for building tooling. So my professional operator handle is Toy Box because I'm the guy that makes the cyber weapons. I've got all the toys. I'm Toy Box. I like what I do. Do I like pen testing? I'll play, sure. Let's pop some boxes, absolutely. But in terms of do I want to sit down and be the guy that hand jams out the Bloodhound command to pop the AD credential? Dude, I don't really care. Give me that and 600 other items that you want, and I'm going to build an infrastructure that'll go out and find every target on the enterprise instantly. And then we can cherry pick what we want to blow up today. That's my kind of approach. I don't want to hit one system. I want to hit 100% of systems. So it depends on the person. Absolutely. Any other questions? What we got? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, definitely the pay. Yeah. Technology and forward thinking. That depends on the organization almost exclusively. When I worked for the U.S. Army Cyber School and I built their infrastructure, they were very bleeding edge technology. They wanted to see the best and brightest of everything that was to be offered. When I worked with Mr. Shalon, when he was running the Pentagon components, they were very, very, very advanced. They were actually ahead of most corporate America. You start to look at places like the SBA. I've got cars in my front yard that have more advanced technology. It just is what it is. And then with fintechs, it really depends. If you've got your really old banks, they're very, very conservative, very, very historical. They want to see everything vetted, and for good reason. I mean, if you're talking Bank of America's, Wells Fargo's, if they fall off the map, you just lost 28, 30% of all small business loans in America, or 30, 40% of all mortgages. They can't afford to go offline. You've got these new scrappy startups like Tomos and your Squares, now Block, or whatever they want to call themselves. They can afford to fail because they're $1 billion. They're an accounting error for real organizations. Not to say that they're not a real org, but the amount of processing and the amount of things that they effectively impact are just night and day difference. The SBA, it goes offline. Nobody in the world can get a small business loan, even considered. That's why I took the SBA 1, SBIR 1 contracts and built those platforms to ensure that lending and grants are always available to Americans and people who want to come to this wonderful country. But it really depends. And yeah, money is definitely a major impactor. It's why I turned down my operator role that I was offered for the government. I made more money in help desk. Not to be mean, but I mean, if they seriously want to take us seriously and they want to take our community seriously, and more importantly, they want to take cyber warfare seriously, which is going to be the major battlefield for this war, by the way. They need to take cyber salaries seriously. because I think it was what, 86K or something, with a guaranteed 4-year lock-in mandate to effectively be an on-net operator breaking into foreign governments. I mean, I could steal access to the Kremlin and sell that for $1 million. I mean, that's like, I would work, what, 3 months and make what I'd make in 10, 20 years. They just don't compete. And until they do, it's not even a discussion. Now, you see a red team operator from the guys next door. They pay more than the government. And they're a small business. You start talking to big companies like InGame and Facebook and Google who are offering $300,000, $400,000, $600,000. Absolutely not. You're not going to get the best talent if you wanted to. But yeah. Any other questions? No? Awesome. Well, awesome. Thank y'all for attending my talk. I really appreciate you guys.
Well, no, not really. Apparently the mic is also not on. Is that getting? All right. It looks exactly the same as it did before, though. There's a little green dot, but as long as it's working. Go ahead. Good to meet you.
So we're good. All right. Been some AV trouble this morning, so it's just sanity checking, making sure everything's working well today. So introducing Jeremy Straub. Dr. Jeremy Straub is director of the North Dakota State University Cyber Institute, and he has over 20 years of experience in the design, development, and security of IT solutions. A former technology industry executive, Straub was the founding associate director of the NDSU Cybersecurity Institute. He holds a PhD in scientific computing and a master in MS and MBA, 2 bachelor's degrees in the software and electronics industries. Straub held executive, strategic leadership, and software and technology development management positions at multiple firms in the U.S. and the Asia-Pacific region. However, long-term technology development was always his passion, leading to his return to academia. Sorry for the pay cut. Straub has published over 80 journal articles and 250 full conference papers. He is a team member, recipient of the North Dakota Governor's Award for Excellence in Public Service, Roaming Bison Award. Straub is also a fellow of the Inter-University Seminar on Armed Forces and Society, and has served as a lead inventor on 2 U.S.-issued patents. His work has been funded by the U.S. National Science Foundation, U.S. Department of Defense, the National Security Agency, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, among others. His research includes technology development and technology policy. So let's welcome Dr. Straub. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, everybody. As I was getting to a second ago, I'll go ahead and kind of recap the theme here one more time. What I want to talk to you about today is this concept of automating penetration testing. And obviously, we have this cool theme here at BSides Charlotte of spy versus spy, which I really love. And I think it's a really great way of thinking about cybersecurity. It really is a classic spy versus spy battle, right? I mean, if you think about the cartoon that kind of popularized the concept of the 2 guys doing stuff to each other, I mean, that really is, it's red versus blue, or now red versus blue versus all the other colors that we're beginning to put in as we're trying to give other teams colors. But any way you look at it, it's a really big challenge. You can't assume that the other side is ever standing still. And that's where the automation comes in. So what I would say as I'm going today, if you have questions, please feel free to put your hand up in the middle. Don't worry about waiting until the end. If something doesn't make sense, there's a lot of different people with different skill sets in this room. So I would prefer to have somebody quickly ask me a question and clarify what in the world I'm talking about, as opposed to half of the room having no idea about some acronym I might have used or something like that. I do think I've removed most of the acronyms from the presentation, so that particular one is a little bit unlikely. But again, let me know if you have a question, or if you're bored, if I'm going too slow. Either way, the big thing here is that we're living in an environment where we're still in a lot of companies, a lot of industries, and a lot of areas thinking about penetration testing as something you do occasionally, right? You get a PCI DSS audit. For a lot of companies, that may be an annual thing. That's great. The bad guys don't go away for 364 days. Or maybe you did the week-long version, so it's like 358 days of, The problem is you have security problems when you have them. You mess up configurations when you do it. It doesn't happen, maybe it does happen right before the security audit just because of bad luck. But normally, that type of stuff, if it's happening, if you have problems, it's happening all of the time. So doing an annual, doing a quarterly, doing even a monthly security audit really isn't a viable solution when you're dealing with a firm of any size that has adversaries that are looking at your systems all of the time. Now, obviously, bigger firms like Bank of America, whose great building we're in here today, they're doing this continuously, right? They have their own red teams. Other companies have, variety of different approaches to this. So it's not to say that everybody's only thinking about this once a year or once a quarter or once a month or something. But for a lot of firms, you can't afford to do it more frequently, at least not with the type of investment that you make bringing in an external penetration tester. And so that's why thinking about automation, thinking about something that doesn't do exactly the same thing as what the penetration testers do, but can help you kind of fill gap, is at least a short-term solution. So that's one of the things I'm going to be talking about today. I want to talk a little bit about how the different phases, different types of automation can be done too, and so we'll get into that in a minute. But the basic theme here is thinking about how you can take what you might already be doing as an enterprise, as a business, as whatever, and then add to it with the idea of automation. From the flip side, of course, the bad guys are also automating as well. We'll talk about that a little bit more too. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up here is this isn't like a brand new idea, right? Software engineering has been doing this for a while. When we do testing in software engineering and we do testing automation, when somebody checks in a piece of code, if you're dealing with a robust testing system, in a lot of cases, there'll be some compliance checks that can be run on that piece of code immediately when it's checked in. Or for things where maybe a build process or something is needed, it's done at least with a certain level of frequency. So this concept really draws upon some pretty common elements of software engineering. And the beauty here is that we've learned a little bit from this, right? Software engineering has benefited a ton from thinking about testing. And software engineering is kind of a problematic discipline. We'll come back to that in a second. But it's benefited a ton from thinking about how to build in testing to the greatest extent possible. And the key here is once you figure out that you have something that you want to test it over and over and over again. Because it turns out that bugs, even bugs you think you've crushed, come back. Why does this happen? Well, the person that made the logical error that brought the bug in the first time may get back in. They might be coding. They might be fixing something else. Heck, they might even see the thing that somebody fixed and say, no, that's wrong, and put it back to the way that they thought it should work, right? Computer code is really complex, and it's difficult for humans to understand all of the different pieces and how all the different pieces fit together. So the little logical gap, the thought process that's a little bit different from developer A to developer B, this is where a lot of bugs come from. And how do we catch these bugs? Well, ideally, we'll catch them when people are doing the code. Somebody else notices it. Somebody else says, hey, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Or did you know this other thing over here works a little bit differently? So you can't have this working like that. But if it doesn't, if nobody else looks at the code, if nobody else notices that issue, that's why we have testing. And we test over and over and over again, because people make the same mistakes, the same types of mistakes that may be different mistakes with the same impact recurrently. So if we know something is critical, if we know something has to work a certain way, if we know something can't do something, etc., we build the test, we try to automate the test, and then we do the test a few times, right? We try to figure out what the best tests are and run them frequently to make sure that we don't have the same problems over and over again. Cybersecurity obviously has a similar challenge, right? The same concept of somebody doing a programming mistake can be somebody doing a configuration mistake. The cybersecurity issue you might have in your code translates to a cybersecurity issue you might have in your network. So these concepts, the very things that the software engineering techniques we're trying to prevent, they really port really well into IT as well. Very similar causes means a very similar solution is viable. But the big question here, isn't software engineering part of the problem? I mean, from a cybersecurity perspective, software engineering is a lot of our problem, right? Most of the stuff that we're dealing with, some of it's configuration, some of it's, other stuff, but a lot of the stuff we're dealing with as cybersecurity professionals, particularly the things that are built into the software, these are the failures of software engineering coming back, 3 months, 6 months, 5 years, 10 years down the road. So it's important to also realize that, one, this is more modern software engineering, so we're not talking about, trying to replicate everything software engineering was doing 15 years ago or 20 years ago when the processes weren't quite as robust. And two, even more importantly, it's important to realize that this type of thing is not the only solution. It has to be part of something bigger. So testing automation is a part of, as I see it, a solution to a broader problem. But again, it has to kind of be part, with a lot of other things as well. So I mentioned a few different types of automation. And I want to throw these into 3 categories. The first is complete automation, right? This is, we hit the button, the AI does everything, everybody can go home, and if something too bad happens, you get a call on your cell phone from the AI, right? This is not something that is, a 10-day from now thing, right? This is a ways off. It certainly is something that a lot of people are interested in, right? From a cyber warfare perspective, being able to target your adversary with an entirely automated mechanism is really kind of the panacea. From the perspective of government agencies that are having difficulty paying people enough money to be able to do attacks and to be able to develop those attacks and launch those attacks, being able to have something that they can push a button and be the authorized operator, the person who is authorized to attack on behalf of country and not have to necessarily know how all the pieces work behind the scenes, that is a really big thing. There's a lot of interest in this. But again, it's a ways off. Selective automation is something that we see a certain amount of right now. We have things that test for various types of things. Again, the term thing here is intentionally quite generic. We have things that will test for certain types of network configuration issues. We have systems that will test for certain types of software bugs. We have fuzzing systems that will test for different types of things adjacent to other issues that we may already know about. This is an automation in certain areas where we have a particular tool for that. The third type of automation, which is what I want to talk more about today, is human-defined automation. The idea here is that we figure out, as we're doing the testing manually, what we want to test. And then we automate those tests, as opposed to me going through and testing once and saying, okay, I'm done, I've made my report. I'm going to take a little bit more time and I'm going to build my tests up as a test suite so that once I've built them up, unless something changes dramatically about the system I'm testing, anybody else can take my test suite and can largely run it against the same systems and see what it does, right? Now, again, you make changes that may have to be adapted a little bit, but if I can reuse 85, 90, 95% of my testing, I get a really high ROI on my initial activities. Plus, if I'm the very expensive penetration tester that's coming in for a week every quarter, say, I can leave behind an artifact that somebody can run every morning if they want to. Obviously, it depends how long the thing actually takes to run. If it takes 3 days, maybe not every morning. But I'm leaving behind an artifact that can actually be really effective to letting people figure out what's going on a day-to-day basis. So at NDSU, we've done some work on this. I want to talk a little bit about this as an example. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this. But I wanted to kind of show that this is possible. I want to show where some of the limitations and some of the challenges are right now. So we've developed a system that actually allows you to build up, it's a pretty manual process at the moment, a suite of attacks, and then to plug these attacks in, and you have to define all the plumbing that connects these things together. The engine's already available on GitHub. This is entirely open source. This is something you can go on and play with if you want. I'm going to show you for about the 10-second version of it because it gets really complicated after that. But the big thing here is that this is conceptually possible. And the idea is that this is something that you can actually use right now if you don't mind taking the time to define your tests and then also taking the amount of time that's needed to actually define how your system works from a network perspective in them things. So again, I told you this is a little bit cumbersome. This is how we define what is effectively an attack in this type of system. It's called an action in Blackboard parlance. For those that may not be familiar, the Blackboard architecture has actually been around a while. It goes back to the 1970s. It's been updated a lot. You may have heard a term of expert system. The Blackboard architecture is kind of like the expert system on steroids. It adds one critical capability, which is this. It adds the ability to have the system actually go out and do something. So an expert system, a recommender system, what it does is it takes in a lot of data and it says, okay, I've looked and I see that there's some water on the ground. I see that the sky is gray. I think it might be raining, right? That's a recommendation. It's not really a decision. It's telling you, something you can intuit. A Blackboard architecture, you might take those same pieces of information and then take that one nugget, okay, it's about to rain or it's rained or whatever that is. Now, if I have some mechanism to actually do something, maybe I have the ability to deploy a roof on a stadium, right? That action is where that comes from. And so we can use these same actions as part of a cyber attack framework. And that's how we've built out what we've been working with. Again, this is only one way of doing this. The other two things that I mentioned here just a second ago, the facts and the rules, are how you actually get the logic behind this thing, right? So all the little factoids we bring in, this is a Windows 95 system, it's Linux, it has port 23 open, whatever it is, those are facts. Rules are the logic, the thing like with the rain when I mentioned, okay, I'm taking, there's water on the ground, the sky is dark, bringing that all together. That's how the rules work. So again, rules and facts are part of the concept of expert systems. The idea of the actualization is where the Blackboard architecture comes in. And the basic gist is that we take a network, again, a very basic kind of small office network right here, and we can turn that into a collection of logical pieces of information in this type of a system, right? So the squares or rectangles are facts, the diamonds are rules, and the stop sign shape, the octagons, are the actions. So when we build this out, we can take some information about the different types of systems you might want to have. We'll have some rules about how they, what these pieces of information mean together. We can bring in other factors, and we can turn that into this one piece of critical information right here, which is that a particular vulnerability actually exists. And once we figure out that a vulnerability exists, or that a vulnerability could exist in the case of a testing system, we can run the attack against it and see what happens, right? Now, just like any type of penetration testing, you have to be careful with what you're doing. Particularly if you're going to do this every morning, we don't want you to do something that is going to, knock stuff over, But doing something that validates that a problem is still there or that a problem is not there, that's a very feasible type of mechanism for this type of thing. The other thing that you might decide to do with this is, opposed to actually triggering an attack, you might do something else like a scan. Again, whatever it is that allows you to determine what issues you may have in your system is the type of thing you would build into this. And again, this comes down to the difference between flinging a particular tool that says, okay, I can test for open ports that have misconfigured mail servers on them, versus actually building something up that actually is targeted at the particular infrastructure that you're interested in. So this type of thing, whatever it ends up being, this is based upon the human analysis of the network. Did you have a question? So we'll go from there. So I really want to really quickly, very, very quickly, just show a little bit of how this works. Again, this is pretty straightforward from a software perspective. This is a very, very basic implementation. I create a few facts, I create an action, and then I create a rule. So the first 5 lines create the facts. The lines with the asterisks are just ignored. I guess what would be the 7th line down, if you consider the asterisks, creates the action. The 9th line creates the rule. And then the last line is where I tell the system to actually do something. This is called a present command. Don't worry so much about exactly what that means. But the key here is when I do that, just like the action tells me to, I'm able to pop up Notepad. So this is really, really, really basic using the engine. The other thing that I can do here with this same kind of thing, I can add a little bit more to this, do the same thing. Again, I get the Notepad pop up again, but I can also pull information back out. Those QFs towards the bottom allow me to query what I found out. So if I had set whatever, I guess it's fact 1, to be that particular vulnerability exists, if that was the stop sign shaped icon at the bottom of my network, this would have been something that I could take back later, and I could use that in my reporting to actually say, okay, this is what I've learned from doing that. So again, I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I did want to show at least enough concept so that people are not saying, okay, automation is great, but this is pie in the sky, right? This is HAL in 2001, which I guess is now 19 years old, A Space Odyssey. This is stuff we can actually do right now if you want to. And again, this isn't the only way to do it. This is the way that we've been playing with. Again, this is the engine I was just playing with. You can go download from GitHub and play with yourself if you want to. As you saw, it's a little bit cumbersome. You're writing a lot of lines of script to create this. We're playing with right now trying to figure out a way of making that a little bit easier. We have a few people that have actually been playing with trying to do scans of the network and pull that in. The other thing that we've been working on is just making blocks of this prepackaged script that you can bring in if you know something that has a particular device configuration that brings in a lot of testing with it as well. It's really flexible. Again, like most things, you don't have a UI. When you're typing, you can do a lot of stuff that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do as well if you had a UI, because the UI constrains what you can do. And again, we're trying to make this a little bit more usable in the future. But really kind of the key takeaways from this, I think, the first thing is to remember that automation is really the future of cybersecurity, right? I mentioned already the notion of automated attacks, automated defense in the realm of the cyber warfare and actually going out and attacking systems, defending systems, et cetera. And so that's a really, really big thing, right? When you're dealing with those types of automated attacks and automated defenses, your testing also has to be automated. We can't test at the speed of a turtle while everybody else is going at the speed of, the hare, so to speak. So it becomes really, really important to actually make certain that you have the automation of the testing as well, and that you're able to validate that the systems that you're relying upon for whatever are able to be robust and to actually be able to withstand whatever types of attacks they're being faced with. In the longer term, I see fully automated testing as a goal, and I think a lot of people do. I don't think that's unique to me. But there's a long way off to get there. And there's a lot of things that could be done in the interim that I actually think the human selective testing is actually a really good gateway for. And specifically, as we're defining, if I go in and I define, say, 10 attacks that work against my systems, if I have a little Netgear switch that I'm trying to attack for whatever reason because it's there and I need to test it and it has an IP address, so I make my little attack for it. I'm adding to the base of knowledge that allows me to put this out there. I can put out attacks against this particular piece of hardware. As we get more and more of those things, and we actually have a testing suite of more and more of these little attacks, that actually takes you to more and more automation, right? Because that means all of a sudden I can do a network scan. I can see that, okay, I have this little Netgear or whatever there, and now I can see somebody else has made already some tests that I would use against that. Maybe it doesn't test everything that I would want to do. Maybe it doesn't test it the way I have it configured, but at least some of the time I'm able to take those kind of modules, those components, and bring those in and do them for use them for my own testing as well. So I think that's another kind of neat thing about the way the different pieces fit together. And certainly in the short term, doing retesting with this is a very feasible approach to, again, it doesn't take so much time to set up an automated retest as compared to doing it manually once. It takes a little bit more time on the front end, but even if you're just doing a penetration test as a one-off, being able to go back and see if certain things have changed during the individual test can be a significant additional component to a report, right? We had a very interesting thing happen. We have an event every year, or at least for a while we had it every year. Pre-COVID, we had it every year for a while, where we had, at NDSU, we gave students the opportunity to come in and in a controlled environment actually do some hacking against the IT infrastructure at the university. And there was one instance, and it was amusing. I was sitting off to the side, so I had a really good perspective at this. There was one instance where the person that was demoing at the front of the room and was kind of leading people through this stumbled upon something, and the IT guys at the back who had been saying, oh, you're not going to find anything, it's all great, suddenly the computers were coming out, they were beginning to type. And what it was, I think, was they realized that the vulnerability that somebody had just stumbled upon to wasn't a single system vulnerability. It was something that would have replicated. And so, again, I can't say specifically what this was or what type of system this involved, but of course, now all of a sudden, IT staff have an incentive to start trying to fix stuff. If I had that automated and I knew what the scope of something like that was, even as a professional penetration tester where your target IT administrators may try to fix stuff while you're testing, I have the ability to go out and syndicate my test really quickly, right? If I say, okay, this is a problem that I think could be on every workstation on your local area network, for example, all I have to do is really quickly get a scan of IP addresses once I find something, and I can use my retest as opposed to against the single system. I can use that against every system that I think could have a similar vulnerability. And it's an interesting way to, again, identify a lot more potential problems as IT professionals might be trying to fix them, even in the context of an individual penetration test. So there's a lot of interesting ways that this kind of plays in. The other thing that I would throw out is for people that are looking to get into the industry, students that are looking for something to do, making these types of modules, it's kind of like the cybersecurity equivalent of contributing to open source, right? As a programmer, one of the things you can do, early in your career is you can contribute to a well-known project, right? You get something built in, that gets into an Apache build or that gets into, open office or something like that. That's a really good resume item. These types of modules, I think, actually could be quite similar, where if you define a really good mechanism for, say, attacking Apache, just as an example, that's a product that's out there a certain amount, and it gets used a lot, it's a really good kind of calling card item to be able to go out and say, hey, I made this, and now XYZ professional penetration company, penetration testing company, is using something that's got this code, this module, this attack that I built into it, in it. So that's another kind of neat thing I think that kind of comes out of this. So at any rate, I think there's a lot of kind of cool synergies from this. I think I'm almost out of time here. I know we started a few minutes late, so I'm trying to balance. But if there is time, I'm happy to take any questions. Anybody have any questions? All right. Well, in that case, thanks, everybody. Nice. There's Rick with the sleep. Thanks.
manufacturing environment, I still want to know what they do, why they do it, how packaging and patching teams, so much time and effort. So therefore, understand when digging in with your teams to say, what do you need? How can I help you? Is, recovery. Get into talking about, penetration testing.
These have gotten highly connected. When we first started dealing with it's how I'm measuring these connection. I want to know different assets because how would you
be disclosed that can ultimately affect our day-to-day. This is a scene from a movie that was shared. I gave a version of this at Queen City
Oh, you're good. Back. He has a background in U.S. intelligence community and also in NATO SOF as a cyber instructor. His experience in the intelligence community provided a foundation for insider threat, digital forensics, and cyber intelligence consulting to pharmaceutical, financial, and technical entities. Sorry, y'all. He is a graduate of Georgia Tech, holds multiple digital forensic certifications, as well that of a certified fraud examiner, and has appeared on several news broadcasts discussing cybersecurity issues. Will is also the director of digital forensic services for Operation Safe a volunteer-run nonprofit assisting domestic abuse victims as they begin their new lives. So, Will Baggett, take it away. Get that too.
Oh, here's the fun part. I actually had to wear shoes and socks and pants. I've not done that for the past 2 years. I'm probably not the only person. First, I can tell you Wake Forest is up 21-20 over Clemson in the third quarter, if anyone cares. Dead silence, all right. Not everybody's a Clemson fan, I guess. So we're going to talk about the DEF CON voting machine village and the digital forensic effort. So thank you for coming to this. I know there's 3 tracks. Thank you for choosing this one. And like she said, this is me. I'm local. I'm in TKK, just across the border, down in near Fort Mill, near Carowinds. And after leaving DC, I had no desire to go back up there. So to start off with, we're going to talk about voting machines. And it is college football Saturday, so the Nick Saban approach, he won't discuss politics. He said, half of my audience will disagree with me. Why would I want to piss them off to start off discussing politics? That's the approach that I'm going to take in this. And the other, since they are moving here in 2023, the ACC referee model. Again, show of hands, anybody go to an ACC school here? Amit? Seriously? In Charlotte? No. ACC referees are part-time referees. They come from health insurance to car sales. They're not professionals. The number of games that have been blown because of terrible referee calls are numerous, going back through decades. And tile that back in together. Accuracy is key. If my team loses in a massive blowout, we lost. If we lose because, like, I believe it was Virginia Tech caught a ball against Michigan, ruled an out-of-bound catch, and after the game, oh yeah, that was a legit catch. You should have won the Sugar Bowl, but we screwed up the call. Sorry. Multiply that on national election. We don't really need a, oops, sorry, we got it wrong. We forgot to count these votes in this machine. We need accuracy. And in doing some research for this, I found this stat last couple of days. After the 2019 DEF CON conference, the press coverage for the voting machine village, the results we did, what we sent up to Congress, the United States, was viewed 2.5 billion times. I said something different other than wow when I read that, but yeah. You know, here I am, just South Carolina resident, going out to Vegas with my machine, doing digital forensics, or talking to reporters. I had no idea that this was going to take, not that I did it, but just my results are going to get published in something this big. In a little bit of humor, you thought that one Giro Zillion ticket had a lot of views from management. To find out the digital results that you've got had that level of viewing, oh crap. So you got to get it right. This was added in after I saw that I was going to follow FBI with some people who've stolen voting machines and are charged with federal crimes. I wanted to get that in there. The machines that we have at the DEF CON, the difference between this talk and the one I gave at DEF CON, we actually had the voting machines in the room. We were working on them. People are taking it apart, doing digital forensics, reverse analysis. Here you can only hear about it as opposed to actually seeing it in person. Harry Hursty is a Norwegian hacker, for lack of a better word. He'll buy the machines on eBay, secondary markets. They're all legally procured. Trail of evidence from purchase all the way to the time they show up at DEF CON. If they're procured illicitly, we had an event where people after DEF CON 2022 took one of the devices, as they tell me, off the loading dock at Caesars Conference Center, took the device, loaded their own stuff on it, and then said, oh, look at this. Here's evidence of cheating in the 2020 election. Well, no, because one, humans and deer don't look up. I say that with living in TKK with all the deer. Here we don't have it. Okay, Bank of America at school. But usually when you look up in Vegas at the conference halls, there's little black camera dots all over the place. When you walk into a conference hall like that in a casino, they've got facial recognition. They can see the minute you walk in, you're on camera all the way in and out of the facility. So to do that, to steal a machine that's worth more than $500, which is a felony, and then to make false election claims, like, dude, you're getting a one-way ticket to jail, congratulations. This isn't hacking, this is just stupid. You have no technical tradecraft. I kind of speechless that they would do that, but that completely discredits any opposition level discussion of credibility. We're going to talk about the Chinese voting machine prototype. That's the current project. That came directly from Alibaba. It was 150 pounds delivered to the DEF CON room. I wasn't expecting lift with teams and getting a dolly to move it, but that's where we are. Sucker was heavy. One plug to throw in here, if you are interested in working on the voting effort, either go to DEF CON Voting Village or volunteer locally at the polling offices to help out to set up with throughput for getting people in and out. But the only way to really make a change is to get involved yourself. If you don't like it and you're not getting involved, there's not much you can do. You're just complaining. So people are always glad at the government level to have assistance. 2017, I was in Vegas. I'd left the government. I had a client, didn't pay me. Always get paid up front in forensics. But I had my full digital toolkit with me, went to went to BSides Vegas, went to DEF CON, saw the voting machine village, and absolutely transparent here, I didn't know they had it. Anyone been to DEF CON? A couple folks? Massive conference, right? You can easily go down a rabbit hole. I mean, there's drone forensics, there's hacking smart cards, social engineering, the main big talks. There's so much you can find your specialty to get into pretty much anything you want. Sheer luck that I walked by, I saw this. I walked up to Harry Hurst, the founder of the conference, voting machine effort, and said, I've got an actual forensic kit, write blockers with blacklight and acquisition discovery kit. Do you have any untampered machines that I can get a professional result as opposed to just tinkering? He was excited, took me off to the side. I got a machine, a WinVote box. And in 2017, I'm glad I took screenshots. One, document. That's going to be a big thing. You guys, y'all are not my students from NATO, but still document. When you're working on something like this, document nonstop because you never know when it's going to be key. It was an unpatched Windows XP machine that had been put into service in, looks like 2001. So you want to talk about your vulnerability management, your threat management, unpatched, running Office 97 Access database, unencrypted hard drive, voting as admin, USB ports are accessible. It wasn't really imaging. It was, I think, 128 meg was the hard drive. It was ridiculously small. So image it the first go round, and logs don't lie. This is the only instance that this machine had been connected to the internet. Realize I'm streaming out here and people are going to look and parse to see, because being political in America, it is what it is. So yeah, we did have evidence that this one voting machine, Dominion releases with the image connected to clear text, ftp at infocom.com, and sent these files unencrypted to Infocom. Like, oh, that's interesting. Again, it was one time it happened. So I feel like I'm on Pawn Stars here. I called a friend who worked in news service. He does OSINT reporting. He's left there now. Didn't like living in downtown Atlanta, so he's moved out to countryside. Imagine that. So he digs into Infocom. We find out it's a Canadian company. And OSINT's amazing, doing open source research. Found out Canadian company, IP address, tried to log in. Probably shouldn't do it, but whatever. That's interesting that this is going on. That they say these machines don't connect to the internet, but the one test image has been connected. So that was interesting when it reported up to Congress. And that was the one big finding. Okay, it's completely vulnerable and it's online. Problem. 2018, So we've taken these principles and make backup copies. We'll get into this. We validate the hash codes. I know my 3 forensic colleagues, what's a hash code? Mathematical signature of the data. It's like identical sand on the beach saying these two match. It's happened, but it's nigh impossible for files to have the same signature. So we verify each other's work. I'll image a drive, person from another large company will image the drive, and someone from third company images it, and we compare to say, yes, these are accurate, and then we begin the processing and make sure we're working from the same page. We'll image the drive with Macquisition, FTK imager, and a write blocker. Basically, that ensures that any changes we make, we don't tamper with the original evidence. It's just copying it in read-only mode. On the Apple side, I'm an Apple guy. We write to a DMG. It's very simple to do. On the Windows side, that's what we taught at NATO Soft. You would create a virtual hard disk, image to that. That way you could take the virtual hard disk and then pass it from analyst to analyst instead of having the physical removable media. That way, Warzone, which used to be overseas, the sand was rough on the electronic components, the SD drives, the micro SDs, the compact flash cards. So going this route, you at least took one variable of environmental damage out. External media, I'm not really big about passing around USB drives to a bunch of random people at DEF CON. I don't know about y'all, but it seems like a pretty poor decision. All these images are created in a read-only format. Tools we've used, Autopsy, Blacklight, Disk Drill, FTK Imager, Macquisition, Magnet Axiom, and Redripper. I personally am familiar with any of these tools from the cadre here? One, few. Autopsy is great for the tactical, but for a legal situation, so you built this freeware, you configured it yourself, no one else has checked it in the lab to validate this, and you want to use this thing you built yourself in your lab to put my client in jail. No. Great for testing, great for red team, great for malware analysis, not so great for legal situations. Blacklight and Macquisition are now part of Celebrite. The founder of Blacklight, Blackbag, used to be the chief of security for Apple, so they had a lot of close ties with Apple for digital forensics. Magnet, I believe now is the premier program. Sorry, Celebrite, but it is what it is. Right now, they're the best. Their price has gone a little bit steep. They're about $10,000 per seat per license per year. Redripper is just another registry examination tool for the Windows box. So we do the forensic processing. Now we're getting to the meat of the presentation here. The reason we take such steps before we get to the device, just because you have access to a Windows XP machine, you have your USB drive, and you can load a JPEG of Rick Astley doesn't mean you hacked the computer. Congratulations. You're on CNN, but you haven't done jack squat. You've loaded a JPEG. This is what people love to watch on the news, but this isn't actually doing anything for the effort. All it means is you had unintended access to a computer that we wanted you to have access to. When it gets to this point, there's no machine. It's just something for a show for the audience to look at. One of the tools, Disk Drill, that we'll run, I think it's $79 or out of Southwest Atlanta. It's a good program. I really like it. It goes through the unallocated deleted files on the hard drive and recovers them. Step one, if you find something, document it right away, because remembering the names of all these files, going back after the fact to remember you're looking for generic SE cards.dll under the ABS common files directory, or you document it when you see it. Trust me, you don't want to go back and I learned that one the hard way. But finding the deleted files was key. There was a congressional finding. My colleague Karsten from, I believe he came over from Copenhagen for the voting machine, found a Chinese MP3 loader and CD burner on the root drive, the core image of one of the WinVote machines. So every WinVote machine had this. When they build a machine, they take the one master image and they clone it. he found a flaw. We didn't find anything else nefarious, so it's been a singular attack on the one computer rather than a wide attack. Also, this is why if you're, not to mix my talks, I'm talking next week in Augusta. I feel like Matt Foley, motivational speaker here. But domestic situations, if you have to give a file to an ex, former employer, former partner, whatever, clean media is good because if you give them a USB drive with deleted files on there and you run disk reel, you can see everything they've ever given to you. So basic security hygiene there, but it is incredibly easy to pull these out. It's not much of a party trick at all. So we're there, we're formally set up, we're running, and then 2019, our little party tricks ended up on Fox News. Didn't know that. Oops. So that looks like hacking, but it's not. It was a different test we had here. So touch on that. So some of the pictures, we actually do take the machines apart to get to the hard drive rather than trying to do going through the USB drive. So again, realizing we're not actually in the voting machine village, I want you guys or y'all to see what this is. And yes, going through my photos, I did have 2 supersized iced coffees, a Monster Energy, and a water. So once you're on the X doing the work, you don't want to be interrupted the rest of the day and basically don't sleep for 4 days. Probably not good for my heart, but yeah. So on this one, it looks like something off the Sandcrawler from 1977 that the Jawas found they're trying to sell to Uncle Owen and Luke. And this is a vote counting machine, I believe, from Iowa. It's still in use. It has a 10 horsepower motor on the back to cycle the ballots through quickly. One could lose a finger with that too, that's overkill. It runs a version of a BlackBerry open clear text OS. I forget the name, I've researched, couldn't find it, but it's still archaic. It's 128 meg of clear text file, just so we sorted that out. They're programmed via zip disk. Well, I feel a little bit. Show of hands, anyone used zip disk lately? One? A few people, okay, a few people. Yeah, now that Fry's is dead, good luck finding a zip disk reader, bless you. Oh, also, just in case you need to program your DHCP port, which is what they advertised, come with a pin-based T-Jack so you can connect this bad boy to the internet. Why? I don't know, but there it is. Still surprised that's really in use. Election system software, M560, 650, dyslexic much. A lot of the machines, this is one of the win vote machines you see so much in the news, so much controversy about. It mainly runs off of compact flash cards, the old school, you know, your parents used that in the cameras they bought at Circuit City. Like, again, really, there used to be a Fry's at the end of the strip in Vegas until Fry's went out of business, and we just have a shuttle going back and forth buying archaic software and hardware to decrypt the voting machine, still counting your vote today. A machine analysis for the Diebold electric system, same thing. RF cards, you can actually see the RF card reader here. I mean, we're not talking high tech. This is back to the future. This is ancient stuff, but still running Windows CE, Windows XP. This, just throwing in for the local crowd, somebody vandalized one at the University of South Carolina staircase, so there we go. One of the big takeaways, that keep going back to instructor mode. Anybody familiar with the Sunshine Law? The state says you have to publish meeting notes, minutes, and that includes voting machine data. So from the Sunshine Law, from a lot of our states, you can go online, find the machine username and password, the admin username and password, the security username and password. And we'll get ahead to that one about the machine, but this isn't hacking, this is just glorified Googling. I wouldn't even call it OSINT. And again, for instructor mode, just because it is what it is. Here, we had our machines out, set up in an unclassified lab. I would suggest y'all pick your favorite state. Identify the voting machines used in the state, give you about 20 minutes. Tell me the username, password, admin username, password, security username for all of the machines that you found. Exercise, just really hacking. This is just something that's public. So just to pause there, for this isn't hardcore pen testing with an expensive Brute Ratel $3,000 a year C2 platform. This is just basically knowing what to Google. So this one, the Premier Voting Machine. All right. Anyone done NERC-CIP or anyone done audits? Yeah, no one wants to admit audits. It pays. Boring, but it pays. This bad boy, the AutoMark machine, connected to a printer, print your vote out. It gives you the firmware hash list. It gives you the firmware. And it prints the hash values for each file. 56 pages of hash values it prints out for you. How absolutely useless files tampered with. Let me back up. It says this file, this Windows DLL file, the value for this is X. The manufacturer says the value for this is X. The file is unchanged. If these values change, you get a different value. But just by looking at this 56-page printout of the registry files, you're not going to the hash values, you won't know what's been tampered. You've got a complete list. It meets audit specs, but it's completely useless because there's no way to compare the differences between A and B. So we took this theory, we got a scribe and said, it's telling us for the machine, 6 pages. Does it actually check it for the boot process, or is this just show for security theater like TSA? I shouldn't say that. So what we did, we took the logo header, we took my friend's image from the Georgia Tech message site. Yes, we want to get our head coach fired. He's horrible. And we took his image, took a Big Cry logo and the DEF CON logo, and made that file image roughly the same. So that when we booted up the machine, let's see if my video runs. Video's not running. It was. There we go. Yeah, the modified header comes up, but you can still vote on it if you wanted to. So is that a success? Was that a failure? We don't know, but that was one of the findings of you may still be able to use this after the machine's been tampered with. So getting to the newer part of the presentation, the Chinese voting machine prototype, how we've examined it, and the observations from it. This year, Harry bought a $7,000 vote Alibaba, 150 pounds. We have chain of custody going from wherever it shipped from in China to Los Angeles to DEF CON. I met the guy at Caesars Convention Center, hand truck, team lift, all that good stuff. We brought this bad boy in. So if you think about the average age of the voting volunteer helping set up and tear, this is beyond. So looking at this, and trigger warning for anybody in cybersecurity, this is going to hurt. It runs on an Android OS. It has a thermal printer. Anyone ever done an expense report with thermal receipt? Horrible, right? It fades. So you've got two printers. You have a facial recognition scanner. You have an ID card scanner and a thumbprint scanner. In the United States, we're supposed to have private ballots. So now you've got 3 points in the time. Your face, facial recognition, your driver's license. Okay. The printer, let me back up here. You get a receipt, and a copy of your vote is also dropped down there in the washing machine style bin with that. Thank you. Those thermal receipts do fade over time, and to go back and try to count these, it's going to be like the Florida issue for the hanging chads, you had to take the box. No one's going to be able to read the physical ballots. We're not sure how it's stored on the drive. And this is, the antenna in the back. That's kind of concerning, right? Because this also has 4G Wi-Fi and a Bluetooth on at the same time. Bluetooth promiscuous. It's always for the connections. Speaking out saying, OS, it's a great double-edged sword to get access to the iOS Bluetooth playlist. You can see every single Bluetooth device you've ever putting someone in proximity. Conversely, if you're running an attack and say, we didn't do it because it's illegal, but if it was up here, and I had a Bluetooth sniffer like the Net Toolbox on my phone, which I didn't do, I wasn't down there because you don't play with the FBI. I don't like going to jail. But I could have picked up their Bluetooth signature and then used that to start tracking their movement around with the signature. So you've got beaconing out. And I think it's talk, but if anyone's seen the latest Star Wars Andor series, one of the people tells the hero that you don't carry a device in your pocket, you don't know, which is very applicable for this as well. If you've got a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi and 4G, where's your data going? Is there any control on this? So from the website, again, a little bit closer granularity. And I grab directly from Alibaba. Control C, Control V. No evidence on Hillary, period. So this is what it would look like had we powered it on for the public to see. A little bit of a pop quiz. Where's the manual for this? Oh, that's wrong. We haven't found one. So, I feel like I'm doing name dropping here, but Ray Baker, one of our Operation Safe Escape OSINT specialist, she's got a book coming out on OSINT. She searched. I've got pretty good chops. I searched. The OSINT community has been looking for a manual device. We haven't found it yet. It's been a month. How do you get software updates and patches? Well, you have to DM the seller on custom patch software through the DM. No. Choose my language. We've really just gotten to the point where we've extracted the image. I've got drivers for it, but in terms of going through to see what the malware is, like I'm only idea. So if you know, this machine is a sensitive district of Ohio, and we send these drivers just to you. There's no blanket. There's no community analysis. There's no open source analysis. It's just, bro, trust me, it's good. That's not what you want for your voting system. The same for having, like, I'm not trying to preach. You wouldn't just take a PDF that you got knowing you're a government official from the Chinese government and open it on your system, but again, that's where we are, of getting this directly from the Chinese manufacturer. So a couple of videos here. There's the prototype when it came in. Took photos of it, get it set up. The reason I took that video, and we didn't discuss that until after the fact, is we had to leave overnight in the Caesars Palace Convention Center. Excuse me. So we've gotten this far without it being tampered with. I wanted to have one last step to make sure this box was still as it was left the night before we began imaging it. So what I did a little bit, went back, verified where the tape was, where the hinge was, and then where these two pieces of tape come together to make sure that this had not been altered. If I had put this online, hey, we've trapped this, we've made trapping mean to verify no one's accessed the device without our knowledge, then that defeats the whole purpose of being clandestine in what you're doing. We did this, and the next day came in, took the image, verified that no one had opened the box with undocumented features to make sure this hadn't been tampered with. That way, the next time when we open this, we know we're the first ones to touch it since it had been put in the box by the manufacturer. We used a very high-speed, low-drag kinetic tool to open the box. This also fixes printers, it fixes monitors, it fixes workstations, fixes your duty pager really good. You also get like weeks of unemployment after you do that, I've heard. All right, so what's in the box? Let's see if this runs. This is the actual prototype, took an image of it. So you get your driver's license scanner. One of the first things we did, again, not having 100% control of the environment, took the took the power cord to that, left it in the bag, put it in my backpack, and just to my hotel room until we were ready to image it. Put a I voted sticker over the back port. That way, it would take a lot of effort for somebody to be able to plug in the machine and tamper with it before we could image it. Just the little things that this took a lot of effort. We don't want to have just someone come and screw it up just for the fun. So looking at actually what's inside the machine. So we're looking to see if there's an actual hard drive, an SD card slot, anything. Taking video so we can rebuild it as we need it. If you saw, he'll rewind here. Nope. You can see there's a small thermal printer. There's a small 2-meter thermal exhaust port. No, wait, wrong movie. There's a thermal, thank you. There's a port that the ballot actually drops in for the printer, for the voting machine to run. Both spools have to have paper in there. So if the internal ballot printer doesn't work, it won't run. If the external ballot printer won't work, it won't run. 4 or 5 of us had trouble changing the paper. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say it, we're not slouches engineers. It was Byzantine and complex at best. And thinking about, again, if this ever went to be the standard for the United States, if we have trouble changing it, the average person working the poll voting system, it's going to go offline. They're going to put an out of order sticker, the line gets longer, and CNN's going to be out front. Oh, voters, it's in front. No, it's just terrible design. There's nothing malicious. It's just horrible design that we would never endorse. All right. So we get to the motherboard, and we find this. Sort of like a foreign finds. We don't know what we've got. I think there's something here, so we're doing it's not like, just following the steps on a YouTube channel on how to image this. One of the other attendees, one of the things I love about DEF CON is you get so many random people with different experiences doing this as opposed to how you always do it. You always learn from others. They took a photo of the motherboard and did a Google Lens search and found, okay, to the letter, this motherboard from the Chinese manufacturer is this, Android chipboard. There are no malicious components. There's no other secret sauce here. There's no chip that's going to receive images from the Italian satellite like QAnon says. It's just the absolute value. This is a standard motherboard without any additional. I had honestly never thought to do reverse image searches for unknown components. That's pretty slick. I'll give them that. That's what I'm kind of teaching here. That never thought about. So the clock's running down. It's about a day and a half into DEF CON. We've opened the box. All the reporters are coming. Personal note, a lot of them are claiming credit for the research, and I don't see them in my, but that's, yeah, not bitter. just like on the other side of the wall, there was the Internet of Things conference going on. We approached them, we recruited them, we offered swag, we gave them some shirts, they imaged the box. They got to play something new and exciting too, as opposed to, oh, I'll image another, yay. In all seriousness, they came over with their gear, because I don't, chip-offs are out of my league, I don't do those. And they actually did a chip-off extraction from the board. Meaning they connected this to jumpers, and then after we finally had ignition, where are we? We were able to get 123.8 gigabytes of the image of the motherboard itself, so we have the OS. This is one of the more extreme steps it would take to image something. And once the gentleman got this connected and running, it did take overnight. So this is another 24 hours out of our 96 hours at DEF CON, another 24 hours or so lost to get the image. But if you're on target, you have to pull the image when you can. Again, going back to instructor mode, realizing that people are at different skill sets. Whether it was CIA, NATO, here, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. I flew out my right blocker kit in that beautiful low visibility yellow case. Yeah, that was weird taking that through TS. The entire kit relied on the USB Type A to Type B cable up top. The reason I know my entire kit relied on that one cable was because one end was crushed during examination after I checked the bag. So there it was at DEF CON. I had to take it apart, rebuild it. But shame on me, I didn't think about that. I will next time. So if you've got limited access to a targeted device, plan for the worst, have all the gear you'll need and backup gear, because you don't know if you'll have that second shot to go back and get it. Because now what? We've got Micro Center, there's a couple in Atlanta. We don't really have anything here in Charlotte for electronic stores, right? It's pretty barren. We've got Amazon if you want to wait a day or two. And again, if this is my NATO forensic course, but primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency. So I've made one copy of the drive. We finally get that one chip-off extraction. First thing I do is make a secondary copy. And from that, 2 more. That way I've got one, a colleague has one, a third one's in a safe, another one's with another colleague on the West Coast. That way we've got 4 geographically dispersed, because if one goes down, the only copy we have getting all those elements back together to re-image it, it's not going to happen. Again, from just years of experience, the higher the case sensitivity, the greater the odds that something is going to fail. And again, Star Wars nerd here, but if you'd like to know the odds of failure, they're high, very high. The more your job depends on getting something done, you need to have backup copies, regardless of what it is, just because I don't trust technology. So get the drive, do a basic grep on a terminal line. My Mac hates me for it. Well, they don't have feelings, but you know me. I was able to grep, get the actual version of the Android. The next thing I did was go to, don't have the slide for it, I went to NIST and got the list of known good files. It's about 3 or 4 gigs, and once you unzip it, it's thousands of known good hash value files, so I can take this, load it into Blacklight, my forensic program, and then sift out for all the known good files for this image, and then I'm left with only the files that we don't know what they are. And from there, then I can dig in for the reverse engineering to see what is going on with this machine that's got 4G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, where are my votes going, where are they stored. Then I can really dig in to see what the deltas are. But if I go through the hundreds of thousands of files of that machine, I'm just going to go crazy. It's not going to be humanly possible. And here's one of the bad influence from CIA getting you to spend money. That little device is a Kali Linux on a Raspberry Pi called a dope scope. Again, hey, audience participation, anyone ever used one? Heard of them? One? Very limited use, but they're sweet when you use them. It's a little monitor, finger buttons, and you can actually go through and look for the Wi-Fi scan, see what devices are connected. Same for Bluetooth, so either A, you've got kids on the devices late night. Kids never lie about being on their phones after you put them to bed, not once, ever. Yeah, right. But for this, the voting machine to look to see what Wi-Fi network was created, what Bluetooth was being created at the same time that was undocumented. We didn't find anything yet, but just having the toolkit on hand, knowing what we need, these are fantastic. You know, for either red team engagements, if you're doing sensitive site exploitation, for, oh, they have a Apple TV router hidden in the fault ceiling of the ceiling, that we know, oh, there's something up there, we know to find it, versus just doing a sweep of the room and finding nothing. So, realize we're a bit of a wrapping up here. The main takeaway findings. We haven't found any evidence of foreign interference. Nothing of domestic on the machine itself. We're not talking about the voting rolls, what happens after the votes go to the state for aggregation, the absolute value of the machines themselves. We didn't find malware. We also never found any security updates, period, full stop. But if the device is never connected, is it vulnerable? Use it for that. A little bit of a different mindset. You're not looking for, okay, I haven't found anything malicious, but what am I saying? Okay, they're voting on the admin account. The USB ports are accessible. There's hundreds of devices connected to them, but they're all keyboards, they're all mice, they're printers. There's nothing nefarious here unless you rename the USB device to Kingston mouse when it's actually malware. But again, you would see malware being loaded. No encryption of output. The votes are stored on the USB drive in clear text TXT with no hash value. Does that bother anybody? So when your Aunt Karen and your Uncle Keith get that USB drive and they look at it in their car going from the voting precinct to York County, going regional here, where they aggregate the votes, and they, oh, my candidate got 49%, their candidate got 51%. You get the adapter, you switch the votes on the clear text file because there's no accountability. That's where the major hack, not the hacking, changing a text file is not hacking, is it? I don't know. That's the vulnerability. The solution would be get a lock back. Just like we, in the Bank of America building, I used to be a banker right out of college. Old school lock bag, $12 from Amazon. The key to a sheriff's deputy, police officer, whoever. You have party A, party B in the back of the car holding the bag. Third person drives them to the precinct. You've got accountability. A lot further than just, oh, well, we can't do anything. That would be better than what we've done now. So there's no firewall. There's no antivirus programs, period. There's no audit trail for the USB drives. We didn't find any personal information, period. We did not find evidence of vote tampering. We're looking for it. We haven't found it yet. And if we did find it, we'd verify it 2 or 3 times over before we said anything, because in this field, if we found something, it would go viral that, oh, you found evidence of foreign interference in TKK, South Carolina. Well, let's make sure we're right. One other thing to talk about the foreign adversary, sure, you can connect to a device remotely through this, that, or the other means, sitting in the parking lot. But if you think about it, not that I know anything about it, I don't. Someone over here, an alias and a different name with a backstop social security number, with a backstop credit card, to sit in the parking lot of Mecklenburg votes. If your nation state actively interfering for the have to have an army of people coming over here to do it. It's not feasible. It's not deep state. That's just the risk versus reward there. The other thing, we would never approve an operation where the goal would be take your USB drive with malware under heavy observation on voting day, plug the malware in with everyone around you in the voting precinct, access the drive, change the vote, and then get out with it. You don't have time on target or privacy to do that. It would never be approved. That's a fast way to get arrested, to go to jail. If you're overseas, if you're acting like that to influence an operation, you might be unalive after that in some countries. That's pretty stiff penalty. One of the others, they say, oh, there's this Arm & Hammer, whatever, voting machine hacking software written by the CIA. These machines sit in high school cafeterias untouched. They sit in church storage rooms. If there's classified software on the machines, you have to hold it as skip, get up, heavy accountability. It's not just left down the First United Methodist Church of York County. It's not going to sit out like that. It just doesn't. The two-person handling rule would definitely increase confidence, and the result lags would be the other way. But what we've seen right now, we're not finding anything. It's a good effort. And definitely recommend if you have any interest in the information security side, cybersecurity side of this, definitely it's worth getting into. It's fun. It really is to get this unknown, unique device, look at it, none in the world to ever analyze this and start to dig into it. It's far more fun, I shouldn't say it, far more fun than my day job. My day job actually pays, this doesn't. And I like eating. I'm a big fan of eating. I'm from the South. So the TLDR, voting machine villages are imaged before the public gets to them because, again, the Rick Astley picture, once you have that, they're useless. We haven't found any vote tampering by any foreign entity. Minor changes to handling how the raw votes are handled, we definitely need that. And we document everything for the record as they occur because we never know where this is going to be part of a bigger issue. And with that, I think we might be back on track for time. Any questions, comments, concerns? All right, thank you.
response, detection engineering, managed threat hunting, and security operations. He spent 8 years with Mandiant and FireEye working in their 24/7 managed detection response organization before joining Huntress as the director of their threat operations center. His experience at Mandiant and Huntress has given him unique insights into the real-world intrusions from small mom-and-pop businesses to Fortune 500 enterprises. Y'all enjoy the talk.
Thanks, Jeannie. Appreciate it. So thanks to everyone for hanging out this afternoon and sticking around for this talk. I really appreciate it. And it's been a couple years since I've done anything at the local level, so it's cool to see the community continue to grow. Get to see people in person again, so that's awesome. Again, a little bit about me, Max Rogers. I get to serve as the director of the Threat Operations Center at Huntress. And before that, like Jeannie was saying, 8 years with Mandiant and FireEye, incident response, security operations, a lot of digital forensics, a lot of incident response type work. Then also creating detection content that goes into the products that find evil attackers when they're kind of getting onto networks. So moving forward, a little bit about Huntress, in case you haven't heard of them. We are a 24/7 managed detection and response service, or a SOC as a service. We primarily focus on small and mid-sized businesses. So like when I was at Mandiant and FireEye, it was a lot of Fortune 500 enterprises, large 50,000 endpoint, 100,000 endpoint environments. What we focus on at Huntress is more mom and pop type shops, smaller businesses. So veterinary offices, lawyers, law firms, dentist office, doctor's office, retail that's not massive, national franchises. So that's kind of where we focus, a little bit different landscape for sure, but kind of similar threats that are hitting them. And through that partnership with MSPs to get out to those customer environments, we have 1.6 million endpoints deployed, and that turns into roughly 4 to 10 hands-on intrusions every single week. So in our operations center, what we end up dealing with is, when I say hands-on intrusion, somebody is physically sitting at a keyboard somewhere on the internet, facilitating an attack, moving through the environment, and typically their end goal is to deploy ransomware in these environments, but occasionally we do run into a couple nation states here and there, especially when we end up landing on sensitive, different companies that handle sensitive information. So to do that, we have our own proprietary EDR. We also have Microsoft Defender that we use for antivirus detections, and a legacy Huntress agent that we use for some telemetry around persistence mechanisms, so how malware stays on systems even through reboots. To dive in a little bit, set the context of kind of where we're going to take this conversation, we're going to talk a little bit about what defense evasion is, kind of get a common understanding of what we're talking about there. Then we'll kind of briefly take a detour and talk about how these concepts and techniques facilitate their way through the information security community as a whole. And then we'll start talking about, as defenders, what we can do to get in front of this a little bit, because you'll probably start feeling at some point in this conversation that the is kind of stacked against us. So we'll talk about how we can turn the tide on that front. So defense evasion. We're going to use the MITRE ATT&CK definition for this, and a lot of people are probably familiar with this, but if you haven't heard of it, techniques that adversaries use to avoid detection throughout their compromise. That's essentially the top things that we see in our Huntress environments are uninstalling and disabling security software, obfuscating commands so that human beings can't read it very easily, or that they can go undetected, and then leveraging and abusing trusted processes to hide and masquerade their operations. So pretty much home here is anything an attacker can do to try to not get detected. So keep that. Tradecraft has kind of evolved over time. We'll kind of flip over to Twitter. So if you're on Twitter, if you don't have a Twitter account yet and you're in information security, you got to get a Twitter. A lot of good information out there. We've really noticed, if you think back 15 years ago, cybersecurity was a very young industry. A lot of the techniques that were being shared with people were happening in these closed private forums where gain the trust of that group to get in. It was very hard to just see this stuff, picked up on a blog or something like that. We didn't really communicate about our findings, about how to get around security controls, how to break into systems. It was all private groups or nation-state governments who were doing this on a full-time basis. And so what we started to see, last 8 years, 5 years ago, people kind of using their findings, and we've developed this entire industry around red team, blue team, adversaries who are networks. So we have this industry of red teamers who kind of use their findings as professional currency. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but they kind of go to the internet and say, hey, I found this way to get around this common security control, or I found a way to deploy my malware and go undetected in this environment. Here's how I did it. And they kind of create, with their Twitter repository or their GitHub repository, a resume of how skilled they are in facilitating these different intrusions. And so we're going to dive into some of those today. And again, this isn't really a talk. We have blue teams and red teams. I don't really want to get into the ethics of creating red team tools. There's a whole bunch of conversations in the community about that in general, and maybe later today we can kind of talk about some of that stuff too. But what I'm not trying to do is argue, one is the right way or the wrong thing, the ethics behind it. It's just more observations about what we're actually seeing in the wild, in these customer environments, in these partner environments. So, real-world examples. This is a really good one. I won't try to make you read all of this tiny text on the screen, but if you can kind of read the tweets that fly by on Defender, because people are probably familiar with it. If you've ever had a Windows PC, you've used Windows Defender, best out there on the market. But even with its high performance, it still falls victim to a lot of things. And if Defender can fall victim to that, then Sophos and all the other AV vendors also fall victim to this too. We see it every single week in customer environments. So in this example, this person basically identified that any user on a Windows system, whether they were privileged or not, meaning they're an administrator or not, they could simply go and see anywhere there was exclusions on the system, meaning Windows Defender will not look at that file or anything running out of that folder at all. And so in this example, a lot of times what we'll see is attackers land on systems, and they will, in their playbook, just see if there's any exclusions already existing on the host. And you might think that's kind of really uncommon, but surprisingly, in a lot of IT environments, especially small and mid-sized companies, or even large enterprises, what you find is somebody runs into an application that antivirus keeps eating, it keeps quarantining it, and they want to get the thing to work. And so what they do is they go put in a very broad exclusion, probably more broad than they should have done, right? So they add an entire folder in there, attacker gets on a system, sees what they have access to, puts their malware in that same spot, and now they no longer have to worry about the security control, finding that piece of software, and stopping them from progressing in their attack. In this example, this is one that we saw in a real-world incident at Huntress. I think this was back in May. So the attacker would land on a system, and this was one of the common ransomware groups. I can't remember if it was like Conti or who it was, but one of the ransomware groups landed on the system. They run this batch script, and inside that script, there's a whole bunch of other commands that they would run. And these are PowerShell commandlets that basically go through and exclude every single folder that they're going to want to put their malware in. So they kind of have this playbook. They know where they're going to show up. They know where they're going to run these tools from. You also see in here, I've underlined, they completely exclude any .bat file. So all these batch files that they're going to run, these scripts that they're going to AV completely goes blind to it right off the gate. So if this attacker lands on a system, they have local administrator rights, they kind of add some exclusions, and they're off to the races, facilitating the rest of their attack. And you can even see, it kind of reads like what they're going to do. So if you find this forensically, you can pretty much go and find everything that they ran, right? What executed out of these directories, what had these extensions, what processes, some of these processes that they excluded down here, what did they do when they ran these, and it kind of tells you the whole story of what the attacker was doing on that host. Another good example, and again, these are all simple, these are elegant, they're not on here. In this example, for a brief while with Defender, if you renamed the executable to, instead of .exe, .log, Defender would completely ignore it. So you would think that wouldn't happen, but it totally did for some time. They ended up fixing it. A lot of the stuff that I'm mentioning has been patched since. But when they fixed it, they didn't fix it for DLL files, which function very similarly to an executable file. DLLs, and in that screenshot, what you see is the attacker downloading a malicious file. I think it creates a reverse shell back to the attacker's machine. They execute it, and the first time they try it, it's completely blocked. The second time they do it as a DLL and change it to a .log file instead, execute the file. It'll still execute if it's a .log file. When they run it, on the right, you see the successful connection back to the attacker's machine. Just to that system, Defender did nothing to get in the way. On this one's good for a laugh. Or what? But if you named a file log, the Defender would just ignore it. And so I'm imagining that this some out with Defender had a file that they were just trying to use. Attackers end up finding this out. I don't know how they found it out. But the second this gets into the public sphere, everyone has access to this. And so every attacker that's out there, every threat group that's out there, and start using their operation. In between that time of initial finding to using this in the wild, or see kind of attempts at this for unpatched. And there you see the Somebody demonstrated this by using the tool Mimikatz, which steals credentials from systems. They tried downloading it, execute it, got blocked as in previous examples, and then at the bottom side of that terminal there, you see them. You now have access to use Mimikatz in this system without defense. We have a little bit of progress from what we've seen on the AV front. So we have antivirus out there, we have EDR software out there. In this example, what you have is Defender actually realizing, hey, someone's trying to kill me. Someone's trying to get Defender to stop running, and Defender's actually doing a great job of pushing out an alert. Oh, hey, something is trying to turn me off. The only downside of this is if it's typically people who are managing this, like managing antivirus in smaller environments, and even in IT environments. A lot of times the security department doesn't even control antivirus. It's usually like the legacy IT orgs. They see that, okay, antivirus alerted, and it says it removed it, or quarantined it, or blocked it. And so you kind of move on and say, great, Defender did its job, I move on. But if you work in security operations and see intrusions every single week, you realize, like, just because Defender blocked this thing one time, there's still a good chance that this is actually indicative of a hands-on threat actor in this environment trying to facilitate their attack. And so it's easy to ignore this stuff at face value. So this was kind of like Defender trying to say, like, hey, please help me. But at the end of the day, they ended up probably disabling AV and getting around it if you don't respond to these in a timely fashion. Because once attackers realize that they have some type of security tool in front of them that they need to get around, they're going to figure out what tool they need to run to get around it. So they identify if it's Defender, or Sophos, or ESET, or Malwarebytes, or whatever it may be. They all have a toolkit of things that they might use. Really, it's just about landing on a system, figuring out what's there, realizing something stopped you, and then using the tools you have to get around it. So kind of pivoting a little bit away from Twitter is Backstab. So I'm not sure if people in here have heard of Backstab before. I had not before this incident where I saw it pop up. It's a really great tool for killing off EDR products. So a lot of companies now have EDR products where they can detect, okay, hands-on interaction, lateral movement. It's more advanced than antivirus, and it gives you a little bit more of a real-time forensic detection source to triage your investigation on. And so the actual description here is, do you have local admin credentials, but the EDR is standing in your way? And then right after that it says, well, why not just kill it? So this is a really easy, simple tool to use to get the security control out of your way as long as you have credentials. What it does is it relies on the sysinternals process explorer driver, which is a signed driver by Microsoft. So it's using a legitimate tool to gain the trust of the system and those administrator credentials to basically get rid of the EDR and move it out of your way. So attackers have a whole bunch of, whether it's Twitter posts, stuff that they have in their repo, playbooks, maybe they're part of an affiliate program like a ransomware group and they're getting trained up on different things. They have their sets of tools that they're going to use. And for the most part, what we've noticed is it's just becoming more and more common to get these for free offline instead of having to have your own cybercrime group develop these, spend time, time, money, resources building out these capabilities. For a lot of folks who are facilitating these campaigns, they're just getting access to this for $0. So before that incident, again, this was actually on May 18th, real-world example of the data from our EDR that we use. And you can see the attacker coming in here and killing off the Sophos endpoint security agent. So they land on the system, they ran that to use Backstab to kill off an EDR product. So we saw attackers doing this. The good thing about having 1.6 million endpoints and seeing all the telemetry coming off of that is we don't really have to go and try and search and figure out what attackers are doing. For the most part, movement, and it brought us to this system, and from there we were able to see, oh, okay, they're using this. What does that do? They were trying to evade this customer environment habit. So that's pretty common to see attackers try to kill stuff off in that way. Another good one, uninstalling security products. We see this all the time. One example that was just straight up trying to kill another process with a tool. This is actually a real chat from our operations center where one of our analysts named go and manually try to remove our Huntress agent from the system. And so this is very, I'm not sure if it was just the name Huntress tipped them off. I'm not sure if they had seen us before or just kind of were looking what was on the system and it stood out. But I think what's really important here is, again, you want to have telemetry. You don't want or just your EDR or just your SIM. You really want to make sure that even if someone can kind of kill off an AV product or an endpoint security product, you need to have some telemetry coming back that tells you that that was attempted, or at least attempted, or possibly even attempted but failed. This is a good one. I won't spend much time on this one, but AMSI was kind of Microsoft's answer to try and find all these obfuscated scripts and give us some ability to detect these and kind of just. And so it worked really great for a little while, but of course, Red Team came up with this tool, AMSI. You can totally just generate commands that completely get around AMSI. I don't know how well it still works today. The website is still up. But yeah, I'm sure for a hot minute this is being used quite widely to get through networks and environments. Last couple ones here. This is a very popular one. You might have heard of this one, invoke obfuscation. So the concept here is that PowerShell, you can really slice and dice it into a whole bunch of mangled text that is impossible to read as a human being. You look at it, your brain just cannot piece it together, right? It's taking strings, it's piecing them back together, it's reading from variables. It makes no sense to the human eye. You know, if you're doing like a CTF challenge and you're looking at all this obfuscated code, that's exactly what it feels like when you're trying to write detections based on some of this logic. But for a computer to piece this all back together when you run this in a terminal, it takes milliseconds for the computer to piece it all back together and figure out exactly what it needs to run. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here as far as like writing detections, and invoke obfuscation is a common Red Team tool publicly available on a GitHub repo that plenty of attackers use to try and skirt around security controls. So talking a little bit about how can we win? How can things, you're probably feeling like, you know, if I'm managing a network or I'm getting into cybersecurity, about burnout in general within the industry, how do we kind of get in front of this stuff? Where are we at? This is just kind of my reflection on the last 10 years, and I will say as an industry, we're getting a lot better, and the reasons why it is inevitable. There's thousands of additional evasion techniques. New Twitter every single night. I look at stuff. I say, oh, look at all this new stuff that gets around. Morning, I write detections, and then I go back to sleep, wake up, oh, okay, look at all the new stuff that I got to write detections for. It happens every single night. And so this is kind of in today. I mean, just sitting there, you're like, oh. I mean, it really does feel kind of, it's just an analogy. So again, the good news though, pivoting a little bit, making a more lighter mood, defense evasion is inevitable. We know without a doubt that when attackers and they start moving laterally through the network, they're going to have to use some form of defense evasion to get around the technology controls. And what I've found is that, for the most part, when attackers are trying to get around things, they're trying to get around technology, and they're not really trying to get around people. So security operations in general is still pretty immature across a lot of organizations. Even the top organizations in the world have complexity. It's tough to actually detect hands-on intrusions as they're moving through the network. And so when these attackers are trying to get around technology, they're trying to get around an AV, a product, an EDR. But what they're not realizing is that they're creating a lot of noise and a lot of blatant noise. So sometimes in security operations, if you've looked at alerts, it can be really hard to know if it's legitimate or, you know, totally malicious. Is it benign or malicious? Is it a legitimate admin doing weird admin things, or is it an attacker? With defense evasion, you don't really have that. I mean, you don't see an admin load up backstab.exe to, you know, get on with their day, right? That doesn't happen. You don't see a lot of administrators exclude very specific, especially if that process is literally malware. So that doesn't happen a lot. It's an indicator you're in an intrusion, and it's also one of the earlier stages of the intrusion. So what I love about this is there's a whole industry created off of trying to find the initial access, right? The phishing email, the phishing lure, the initial malware that gets dropped, the exploit kit that you hit in your browser. That stuff changes every day. It's very hard to keep up. With defense evasion, I kind of cluster it with like defense evasion, lateral movement, privilege escalation. At that point, the attacker is on a system. You don't got to guess, like, was it successful or not. They're clearly there. They're clearly stealing credentials. They're clearly moving laterally. If you can detect that piece of the attack, I know that on the fast end, we have 4 hours between that and ransomware. That's a very fast intrusion. But more often than not, we're talking 7 to 10 days of that attacker being in that network, going through, figuring out where they're at, how they want to facilitate this. And today, we even see ransomware as a service, right, where initial access brokers are getting into the network, setting up their initial access, doing some of this defense evasion, this lateral movement, this privilege escalation, and then they're handing it off to another group to actually facilitate the ransomware deployment. So we see that pretty much every single week. So you do have about a 7 period if you catch it at this stage, which means the scope of the intrusion and being successful in kicking the attacker out. A little bit about how we detection engineering mindset, which is kind of developing as its own career path within cybersecurity. A lot of people, they come to security teams and they kind of gravitate towards that. Then they work in an operations center. Detection engineering is becoming much more understanding what attackers are doing, creating custom detection content, and then publishing that into your EDR product, into your SIM, whatever you kind of have at your disposal. Writing these detections, you really want to focus on the pyramid of pain. This is a really great graphic because it demonstrates how you want detections, the mindset you want to be in. What you want to do is avoid the bottom of the pyramid. You don't want to write detections that are based on values, IP addresses, domain names. These are things trivial for the attacker to change pretty much in real time. So if they want to modify their malware, IP addresses they can swap in and out, domain names. What you want to do is write your detections in a way that find the network and host artifacts and their TTPs, so their tools, tactics, and procedures, or their playbook. All of the commandlets being run to add all their exclusions, that's their playbook, right? They want to run their tools from this location. And if you have a crimeware group of people who are trying to do this and train new affiliates to come into this group and do these operations, they kind of repeat the same things over and over again. So it becomes more investment on their part to change those procedures over time. It just raises the cost and imposes cost on them in that way. So we all kind of knew that as an industry, but we were all using security products. And so your detection logic would be different for CrowdStrike EDR versus SentinelOne EDR versus SIM versus Splunk SIM. And so we had a lot of people working on this problem, but not in the same way that threat actors were doing it, right? Like a threat actor writes a tool like Backstab, loads it up to GitHub, and everybody has access to it. It works on every single system, and they get to go. For us, it didn't work like that. We knew what we wanted to look for, or at least we had some idea, but we just couldn't really consolidate in a way that we could all contribute to the same repository of what we want to look for. And so that's why I wanted to plug Sigma in this conversation. This is an open source project. It's a unified generic log format. And so it allows us as a community to create detection logic in the same way, in a very simple text kind of format, where we can all take these Sigma rules and convert them into whatever tool we want. Elasticsearch or ElasticSIM, Splunk, CrowdStrike EDR, SentinelOne EDR. This is finally our way to consolidate our efforts, figure out what the things are that we want to look for, and then very quickly implement them into our products through the converter that they've provided. And there's also a couple open source converters out there as well. And so if you want to look into that, you definitely use that QR code or Google them. Sigma HQ will get you there. So these are Sigma rules that we're all. I won't spend too terribly long on it, but you can tell it's a very easy. It gives you what I want to look for, the MITRE attack tactic that were involved, the command I'm looking for. And once you put that into your EDR system or your SIM, you're immediately going to get lit up if someone runs these commands, and it's a great way to identify people during the defense evasion step of the attack. So again, invoke op. We have the dumpstack.log. Even that one got a Sigma rule. So if anybody in the environment log, you get an alert. We've gone from seeing it in the wild to seeing it posted on Twitter, seeing it in the wild and attackers using it, to having a Sigma detection and it's in your product within hours instead of every single person trying to have to come to this conclusion on their own. So that's one of the big reasons I'm a big proponent. We'll check it out after this. So parting thoughts, threat actors really give us a prime detection opportunity. They utilize tools designed to catch, or what you need to do is utilize tools designed to catch the middle of the attack. Again, we talked about defense evasion here today, but I really want us to focus on defense evasion, credential access, that really gives us the best chance at capturing this before it goes too deep. Again, by that is if you have an EDR or you have antivirus, it's very rare for an attacker to be able to kill all of it in one. Something can tell you that something else is going on. And then again, focus on that pyramid of pain, detect tools, TTPs, and impose cost so that it forces threat actors to ultimately evolve. So thank you so much, and I'll answer any questions about it. And then also I want to plug, I didn't mention at the start, but 10 years ago I was in the 49th Security Division. So is there anybody here from the 49th? Yeah? All right, awesome. Yeah, come after, we're happy to chat, give out some cards, and just curious what you guys are working on. So thank you, everybody. Any questions? All right, thanks. Oh. Yeah, you got it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Good. We have Alan Cook is a senior AppSec engineer for a financial institution performing penetration testing, red teaming, and purple teaming with experience in InfoSec governance and auditing. You guys have a wonderful talk.
Thanks. Me? Good. So welcome. This got a great bio. It's basically this information here. Have worked in a wide variety of information domains, as well across vertical. I have had to match my now though. So this is a quote from consider a top 10 hacker movie. It's from Sneakers. Character Osmo, played by Ben Kingsley, is talking to the character played by Robert Redford, and it's basically talking how tactics have changed, and it's not the old way war was conducted. What I'd like to point out, though, is that it's about who controls the information. Ties into the spy versus spy theme, and really all the hacks I'm going to cover, it's about who controls that information. Confidentiality to that information, the integrity of that information, and the availability to that information. We're going to go over just quickly how the talk is structured. There are hacks that I will cover. The hacks are self-contained, so if you have specific questions about those hacks, feel free to ask those. We can address those while we're in the hack. There will be a Q&A session at the end, and I have information about where you can obtain the slides or contact me. I'm going to go over the hacks, mainly the known technical details. I'm including a very loose definition of hacks here, either specific events, groups of events, could be vulnerabilities or tool sets. I'll review the controls and how those hacks could have been stopped, or maybe controls that have been implemented since then. Preventative, detective, corrective controls. We'll review the political, economic, and social effects of those hacks, what's changed governmental regulatory, as well as any standards bodies, NGOs, any groups that might produce types of regulations or guidance that might be used, economic impacts and social impacts. Let's start. The first hack I'll review is Operation Get Rich or Die Trying. This was a name that was tongue-in-cheek that the hacking crew gave their operation. Obviously, it's a reference to 50 Cent's solo album. And journalists picked up on this and wrote about it, and many of them have referred to it as the Great Cyber Heist. So what was the hack? Well, the hack was a series of hacks in the mid-2000s that targeted credit card data. It started targeting many retail outlets. These are pictures of these are ones that have been confirmed or were reported to have had intrusions. It was perpetrated by a group. They also referred to themselves as the Green Hat Enterprises, so not black hat, not white hat. They were green hat. They wanted to earn the money. It was led by Albert Gonzalez. Albert Gonzalez was an informant for the Secret Service, had worked on Operation Firewall, which was an operation that took down the Shadow Crew forums, which was a early 2000s carding forum where you could go and buy dumps in bulk of track-to card data. You could buy equipment to write that data to cards and then go out and cash out those accounts. He had been an informant. He helped the Secret Service and other agencies to successfully prosecute and shut that forum down. One of the things he did was he peddled a VPN that routed traffic through Secret Service controlled servers and allowed for that information to be accessed and logged. At the conclusion of that, he moved to Miami, where most of these organizations had retail outlets. And so how did he get in? How did they get in? Well, the initial vectors were Wi-Fi. They would start at these retail locations, branch locations, and gain access to that local location. Then from that access, pivot into corporate networks. Most of the intrusions started. Later on, they also did many intrusions with SQL injection, either from a e-commerce site or corporate websites. In fact, they were so successful that, and this was gained through court records, and in some of their intrusions, they had so much data, and these organizations were storing so much old data, they had a hard time finding valid credit card numbers that they could dump quickly. There was too much, too many numbers. So they actually wrote a sniffer, this gentleman wrote a sniffer, so that they could find data that had transactions more recent, and then encrypt that data and exfiltrate it out. Their real jackpot was when they attacked Heartland payment systems. The way credit card transactions work is one of the steps you have to go through is through a processor that was to process that transaction. And Heartland payment systems were initially compromised via their corporate website. It was SQL injection. There was incident response performed. They identified the activity, so all those things that Max kind of started about, talking about those initial indicators where they know there's activity. But then they thought they had eradicated all of the access and the activity, and the attackers stayed in the system, bided their time, and then jumped to the payment processing network. So they initially came in through a corporate website, SQL injection. We're in separated networks were able to avoid getting all of their access eradicated in the incident response. Waited about 6 months later, they jump into the payment processing network where they scrape all those transactions. They compromised card numbers during this time period and cardholder data too. This was a significant amount of cards that were compromised. Some cash out was performed directly by the crew. And I referred to them as a crew. It was really a loose group of associates. They also sold many dupes through a reseller. This was actually how they ended up getting caught. The reseller got caught, and it ended up leading back to the crew. So what could have stopped this? Well, strong encryption on the Wi-Fi network would have been great. This was during the time of WEP. And so definitely strong encryption on Wi-Fi. Isolating the Wi-Fi networks from transmitting card data. Some of the compromises that occurred were transmitting the actual card data and doing processing over wireless networks, and those networks weren't separated from other parts of the organization's network. Changing default passwords and secrets on network devices. Purging sensitive data. For a detective control, logging and monitoring for alerting on anomalous activity, like when you see that data being exfiltrated back out. Using a WAF to monitor and block the requests for the SQL injection. WIDS, WIPs, that's detective and corrective. And what's the effect? Well, one of the main effects of this, the actual PCI standards body stood up a group to investigate wireless security, and then took them about 2 years after that, they published the wireless security guidelines. So that's, the standing up of the bodies, kind of a direct result, and the publishing the guidelines, an indirect result. There were economic damages to the organizations. The Justice Department reported there were $400 million in damages. I've got an asterisk next to this because other reported figures don't exactly jive with this, and there may have been political reasons to inflate those numbers or report as large as possible. It's also very likely that there were compromises that we don't have reported damages for, so that's just a fuzzy number. There really weren't any consequences to speak of. The next hack is Web War I, or what I call Web War I, the rehearsal for cyber war. So this is the takedown of Estonia in 2007. There was a bronze soldier that was present in Tallinn Square. It was in remembrance of Russian soldiers that had sacrificed many lives of Russian soldier lives in World War II fighting the Nazis. Estonia announced they were going to move this to another location at a cemetery out of this kind of prominent location in their square. When they did, there were riots internally or protests that led to riots. Excuse me. And mostly within the ethnically Russian Estonians, so people that were culturally Russian or spoke Russian languages, which was a small percentage of Estonia. And they rioted in the streets. There were shattered windows, cars that were flipped, engagements with riot police. At the time, Estonia was highly connected. Their networks, they were very networked. And this was 15 years ago. 90% of the banking transactions in the country were electronic. So that's kind of quite amazing. I found that figure very striking. They worked initially to try and find a way to to stop the traffic. But the traffic was so huge. You had tens of thousands of compromised machines that were in botnets and hundreds of these botnets that were being used. Eventually, they worked to implement deny lists, those web resources that were being attacked, in order to deny international traffic based upon where their origins were to those websites. That effectively shut off the information flow from Estonia. So their major banks, their media outlets, their governmental organizations could not easily publish information via the web to the rest of the world. Essentially is an information operation. It shuts down that information coming out. CERT worked with ISPs around the world to try and filter out this malicious traffic. It was very difficult. One interesting story related to that was there was a meeting that was happening at the time with the European networks. I got it on the next slide. And a network operators meeting. And they actually had one of the DNS admins for one of the 13 root DNS servers were in town for that meeting, for that conference. He, along with two other root admins, helped to lend credibility. Started the world to try and stop this traffic. That was a problem they faced of how do you trust someone saying, hey, you know, this IP that's on your network is attacking me. The attacks consist, as I said before, of DDoS attacks on websites, but there were also website defacement attacks, DNS attacks on their DNS servers within Estonia, and mass email spam being sent to Estonian users. So they get that stopped, and it stopped briefly, and then there was a second wave of attacks that happened. Starting at midnight Moscow time, it's like someone flipped on a switch on May 9th, which is the Russian Victory Day. That's the day that they celebrate the win of World War II. There was a quote specifically from Putin, President Putin, referencing this, where he says, those who are trying today to desecrate memorials to war heroes. And he's calling this out. That's a quote that day from when the traffic starts back. Eventually the attacks disappear by end of May. Estonia tries this is a newer picture of the map of NATO, and if you don't know where Estonia is, it's right there. It's one of those blocks, Eastern Bloc countries that were that was in the Soviet. And then when the Soviet Union came and has gravitated towards Europe and the West, they had joined NATO, and so they tried to pursue actions via NATO based upon the cyber attack. NATO declines to consider Article 5 or an Article 4 response. Article 5 is a commitment to mutual defense, so someone attacks you and you go in and your allies then respond by defending you. Article 4 is just the beginning of formal discussion by the North Atlantic Council on that attack. They declined to consider either. And essentially, you know, Estonia, this attack confirmed for Russia, whether they actually were the perpetrators or whether it was hacktivists within Russia, that NATO was not going to defend Eastern European members against cyber attacks, especially if there was plausible deniability. So what could have stopped this? Well, I guess you could have had a CDN with DDoS protection. The mass amount of these attacks and how they were coordinated, that likely still would not have been super effective. Maybe you could have had better detective controls using some type of dashboards at at a country level, at a national level within the CERT, tying into industry to monitor bandwidth and utilization and the capacity and the spikes to know when you're being attacked quicker. So those are controls that could have affected it. How did this impact us? How did Web War 1 actually change the world, or why does it matter? Well, the biggest effect of this is we now have a better understanding of what a cyber attack looks like in war or in potential war. Even if this was not an act of war by a nation state, the Russian government could have stopped it. They didn't. So this could be perpetrated by a nation state, the same type of attack with no kinetic impacts. So this is showed the world there is a new tool of war that is available. Economically, it's been reported it caused about $750 million in damage, mostly to commercial entities within Estonia, but also to international businesses that had commercial ties to Estonia. Politically, it sped up the establishment of the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. This is known as the CCD-COE, and it really is they publish the guidance of how to do cyber defense for NATO. They are the ones that published the Tallinn Manual, which is the guidebook with ties to international law about how to conduct cyber attacks. It's got a series of chapters and rules on what should be acceptable based upon international law and tit for tat. This was probably the first time this had been conducted successfully. There might have been attacks in 2003 to 2006 that were coordinated. Titan Reign's an example of that. And though those attacks had existed, like I said earlier, the big takeaway here is this is the first time that we see this used effectively and know that it can be used as a tool of war. The last item I have, it really ties into the theme today, and I chose this hack because of that. It's the shadow brokers. And that's why I've got SPY versus SPY as this was a hack that essentially the Equation Group had a series of tools that had been hacked or access had been gained to those tools. Then those tools were released to the public. The Equation Group has been attributed to be the Tailored Access Operations Group within the NSA. And so somebody, a foreign nation state, had gained access to this and then released those tools. So SPY attacking SPY. It happens in 2016. Initially, we get a tweet that this group has claimed to hack the Equation Group. There were posts to GitHub and Pastebin that included encrypted files. There was one section of files that were encrypted, and with those, I think I've got a shot of it here. You can see they indicated which key had been released by when had free or auction, and then in a post to Pastebin, they had included the key to be able to decrypt those free files. They also published a Bitcoin address and announced that they were auctioning the ones that had auction in the title and that they were like really good files. They were going to sell them to the highest bidder, or if they could get 1 million Bitcoin, they were going to release it for everyone, which even at that time was a I think it was like $500 billion in Bitcoin at the time. Some of the free files included exploits for Cisco, Fortinet, Juniper, TopSec firewalls. Most of the file stamps indicated that these exploits were from 2013, and security researchers were quickly able to confirm that these were valid exploits, and they still work. There was a lot of posting and to blogs and tweeting about the exploits, and some of these vendors had to rush some fixes and patches out. It seems to be that this is an information operation. It starts with that initial post in August and the release of those firewall tools, those firewall exploits. It moves on, and there are a series of posts, and if you read these posts, some of them are almost comical, some of them are very profane. They're all not safe for work. The post about Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch conversations, this was leading up to the 2016 election, so they're posting about things that are current and in the news at the time. And that one reads like a Hunter S. Thompson article from Rolling Stone. I mean, it is absolutely absurd. 2016, they put a list of IPs. Besides the firewall exploits, this is now the first real actionable stuff they've dumped in a few months. And it's IPs that the Equation Group has operated from. And so people can take this and look for those IPs as essentially IOCs within their environment to see if they've seen any of this activity. Then in April, they do a dump titled "Don't Forget Your Base." It's giving advice to President Trump at the time. It also releases the key to the auction files. It's very interesting, the timing of this release. So this is April 2017. In February 2017, Microsoft had canceled Patch Tuesday. In March 2017, they had patched 4 of the exploits that were dumped, and that the key was released in April 2017 too. These were some very dangerous exploits, and they led to significant damage, which we'll hit on one of the next slides. Preventative controls, patch management. If you were one of the organizations that had patched all your systems when those Microsoft patches came out, by the time the key was released, in theory you weren't vulnerable. You could have, the big one, vulnerability there with Eternal Blue was using SMB. If you disable SMB, you're not vulnerable, though that's widely used. Antivirus, EDR, tools to detect malicious activity, logging and monitoring, again for anomalous activity. These are all controls that could help prevent or detect or even quarantine correct some of that activity. Politically, this had significant consequences. We see the public exposing Equation Group hacking. At that point, Snowden had already released some stuff previously. The NSA had some issues with leakers. But this is evidence that NSA had compromised the EastNet's SWIFT network within the Middle East, and had significant compromise into some of those banking transactions, at least in gaining the information. The economic effects of this is unknown, but it may be the largest of all the hacks because it led to ransomware like WannaCry and NotPetya, and those caused billions of dollars in damage. The social effects, WannaCry, just one example, when it came out, it shut down the NIH, National Institute of Health, and there were hospitals that were not able to do admissions. NotPetya, it impacted Maersk, which tied up supply chain, global supply chains, and impacted that significantly. So those are all the impacts. I've got my contact info if you want to connect. I'm also going to post the slides to that GitHub repo. Does anyone have any questions? Essentially, especially if you can have a case of plausible deniability, right? If you can fuzzy the attack, muddy the waters, so it's unknown whether the nation state actually conducted the activity or not. That was the precedent with that now. Any others? All right, thank you.
Testing. One.
Sorry,
two,
I just turned it back off, so it should be good now.
Is mine not on?
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
I'm loud, so it makes sense. I don't even know if I need a mic, because the Jersey... No, I'm talking about that, because I'm just loud by nature. I'm also... I'm from Jersey, so we're just loud. I have no other reason, except for just that. Combo pack. It's a mouthful. We'll show pictures if interested. Always.
Yeah.
I like to pace, so I'm sorry about that. And I'm naturally loud, so if I'm super loud, just raise your hand and I'll put this mic down, because Jersey. You're probably wondering what untraditional path in cybersecurity means. And a lot of the times, I think it's Tamisha who taught me, is to share your experience with others, even though it may not be relevant to them. In an audience of 10 people, I'm sure half of you are going to be like, I don't really care about this. And the other quarter are going to be like, okay. But I'm hoping to reach one of you. My goal is to reach at least one of you, and hopefully change your mind.
Agreed.
So obviously, she read all of this, but I want to kind of talk about how I met Miss Tamisha over here. I'm actually not originally from Charlotte. I'm here from New Jersey, hence the loudmouth. And I moved here 3 months before the pandemic. So here I am in a brand new city, brand new state, don't know anybody. And I remember it was somebody from the New Jersey office that says, you have to talk to Tamisha. And when I talked to her, she was actually a business support manager, leading a team of business support managers as well. And I looked at her, and I remember drastically thinking, she's meant for bigger things. And I'll let Tamisha share what those bigger things came about after that.
I love it. Well, I'll explain how I met Tanisha. So that part is true, but when I met her, she's a lot younger than me. I know I look young, but I'm not. I know I have the Crocs on.
Lies.
I'm trying to fit in. Listen, it's comfortable. It's a long day. But I met this woman, and I'm like, she's incredible. And she's so smart, and there's something that I need to learn from her. 2 years later, as we're trying to move through Bank of America, and she was trying to figure out another route, and I mentioned to her, I think I want to be a little more technical. I have this whole computer science degree that I'm kind of not using. I'm over here in this operational space. She was like, I got you. And so, hence the conversation we're going to have today. So, if you want to maybe start your conversation, and then I'll tell how she recruited me.
Always bring a plus one no matter where you go. So next year when you guys are here, bring somebody that doesn't know cybersecurity, because you never know, change their minds. When I met Tamisha, I was pretty timid and not very comfortable with sharing my experiences, and I feel the same way now. But in the nature of being a little uncomfortable, I'll go back to when I was probably a small child. I was raised by a single mom. I was born and raised in India. And being a single mom in India, especially a widow, is a very hard thing. And I remember as a 5-year-old, I'm going to be a mom. That's like the superhero. I love it. I love it. Then I got a little older and very good at arguing with my mother. She told me, you should be a lawyer. You're very good at arguing. I can't win. I'm like, heck yeah, I'm going to be a lawyer. And then I wanted to be a journalist. And then I moved to America. And I remember feeling like I'm in a different planet. Not just the cultural differences or the snow outside. I had never seen that before. Wow, your nose gets really cold. But even something like the light switches here flip the opposite way. And going to high school, yes, I came here in 9th grade. It was definitely not a fun time as an immigrant with a very thick accent. I remember being in English as second language because they didn't think I spoke English, which I did, and I passed out of that. But then they put me in English literature reading Shakespeare. I mean, I'm good at English, but I'm not Shakespeare. And I remember feeling drastically just lost. I couldn't understand my peers. My teachers spoke really, really fast because, again, Northeast, Jersey, we speak fast. I don't think we breathe between sentences, which you will probably do. I was failing. I failed English literature. I will be honest. And I remember feeling like, man, I just don't know what I want to do with life. Journalism sounds fun, but I don't know. And I think it was my sophomore or junior year of high school, my counselor calls me into her office, and I'm like, I'm not going to graduate college or high school, and I'm never going to college. And I remember her saying, you're failing, and you need to do something about it. So I'm going to put you in a elective called Intro to Java. And I said, coffee course? All right, Americans. Bring it on. Well, that class changed my life. I remember writing Hello World. I'm sure everybody hopefully has written Hello World, system.out.println, parentheses, all of that jazz. And not to forget the semicolon, because that always gets me. I finally felt like something could understand me and I could understand it back. And it just completely changed my life trajectory. And I realized the whole, asked questions in interviews, what's your 5-year goal? I don't have any. I realized that from being a mom to lawyer to journalist to now being a programmer, life teaches me so many different things. So I, interned, and I was pretty passionate about, I'm going to be a creator, I'm going to be an innovator, I'm going to write code. And I did. I interned, I worked every summer, every full-time also as a programmer. And then I realized something. Programmers like to blame the infrastructure teams when production issues happen. And wait a second, the infrastructure team is now kind of blaming the application for having bugs in their code. And I'm like, okay, we're just playing the blame game here. And this was my first real job out of college at Bank of America. And I really just wanted to understand why. So I decided to go into infrastructure, knowing nothing about it. When I tell you I walked in there, I was like, oh no, I don't know anything. Well, I learned. That's the best part, because I didn't know anything yet. The yet word was something I have to get used to, because I'll never know everything. Loved understanding the dynamics of teams and how critical infrastructure and the application development teams are to have a better partnership. Then I realized something else. Well, now they found a common enemy. It's the security team. Why are they, non-permitted technology. oh, there's an incident. You have 24 hours. Everybody's scrambling. Everybody's mad. And I asked, why? And I remember reaching out to somebody in the security team at the bank and saying, hey, don't know anything, willing to learn, want to see how I can make the relationships, right, between the security teams and our infrastructure and application teams better. Because at the end of the day, it's not security team's job to be, secure. It's all of our jobs. So I actually took on a role of a business information security officer, which is literally partnering between all those teams and the security team. And I realized something. We're all security experts, right? If I were to say, explain Log4j and what happens, you all would be able to tell me. Well, we don't do a good job educating our own teams. We tell them there's a priority 1 incident, go fix it, but we don't tell them, hey, if you don't fix this, this is what's gonna happen. And I realized that big gap, right, which is humans. We are humans, cybersecurity, humans, 99% factor of why compromises happen. So I changed that culture, loved it. Then I missed that hello world feeling, that feeling of, woo! I missed not writing code, just being partner, and those teams, then when I joined the security team as well as the infrastructure team, it was an army of people that taught me, right? It wasn't like, well, you got this job, you should already know this. It was like, well, we understand that you have some skills that you need to learn. And I was taught. People spend hours, days, weeks, probably years trying to teach my stubborn head. And then I joined this team because I miss being technical. So now I pretty much play 10 different roles in one role. I'm a manager, I'm a project manager, I'm a program manager, I'm a vendor manager, I'm a systems admin, I'm a software engineer, really anything that's needed for our security posture to improve and enhance it. And then I met Ms. Tamisha, because it was me and myself and this other guy. We were the only 2 people on the team. And I realized that our team is so unique that we get to touch every single security domain and every single team within Bank of America's Global Information Security Organization. And I had an idea. Why not take people that are hungry to learn, teach them, and send them to bigger and better places? We all know that there's a big cybersecurity talent shortage out in the world. Why steal from that pool? Why not take people that are already here, that understand technology, teach them cybersecurity, and create talent rather than taking the talent from the place? I think that's where Ms. Tamisha came into our team, so I'll let you share sort of your trajectory. And if you're wondering why we're telling you about all of this, trust me, it will make sense at the end.
For sure. But you gotta know kind of we're talking about career progressions and that untraditional pathway, right? So I kind of talked a little bit about, being a therapeutic foster parent and all of the things that I did. So let me kind of start a little bit further back than that. So I'm originally from Denver, Colorado. And if you don't know, yes, there's black people from Denver, Colorado, for the black people in the room. The rest of you guys, y'all know that. Anyway, inside joke. Y'all see they're laughing. It's a true thing. So anyway, yes, we exist. And I'm actually the first person in my family to graduate from college. So it was a big thing for me to leave Denver, Colorado, and come all the way to North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, to St. Augustine's College at the time, now university. And I decided to major in computer science. So this is back in 2002 when I graduated. And, back in those days, 2002. In those days, you either could live in one of 2 worlds if you were a technologist. You were either hands down, head down, that's all you did, or you talked too much and there was no role for you. So I went into operations, because clearly I love to talk, and I couldn't figure out how to parlay what I was doing other than speak the language of business to technologists, because they don't understand what the business is asking them, and explain to the business what the technologists are trying to tell them it will or will not do, because the business doesn't get that either. Like, y'all create stuff, just make it happen. Down. We gotta work through. Did that for about 9 years, and y'all, that sounds like a lifetime to most people in most companies, because nobody works at one company for 9 years, but I did. And I knew, just like y'all, I'm smarter than these people. So I bounced. I'm gonna start my own company. Epic fail. Which most first companies are, right? It is what it is. But while I was out there, I did a lot of soul searching, a lot of Uber driving, because listen, the business that I decided to start, I was a manager of people. We were program managers. Out the window, and I'm like, God, it looks so nice out there. I think I want to be there. I'm going to start a concierge service. Y'all, that was the best doggone business for somebody that likes to run errands. I don't like to run errands. I hate that shit. Excuse my language.
I was gonna
What
say,
was I thinking? I just wanted to be free. It's okay. It's all good. So as I was driving for Uber when, business wasn't good, and I'm talking to people, and they're getting in the back of my car, and I'm pulling up in the black BMW group before I left corporate America. And so you're doing what you're doing. Why are you doing that? Oh, I have my own business, and on the side, this is what I do. And I finally got somebody that was late. I tried not to drive late nights, but Saturday, good money on the driving Uber. So from downtown to, I think, Waxhaw, that's a nice drive at night. It was good Uber money, y'all. Having this drive, and this guy was pissy drunk. And he was like, wow. I told him my story on the way. He's like, yeah, that's really inspiring. You decided to quit your job and start a business. Do you realize most people don't do that until they're in their 50s? He was like, most people work in corporate America that 30 years to figure out the surface, the process, the whatever you need, the resources, and then you're 35 and you started your own business? Yeah, I got tired of doing what I was doing, yeah. So that kind of planted a little seed, and then I had another gentleman, actually from India, get in the car, and he was like, kind of going with him, tell him the story, and he's like, well, we have this thing in my culture, life is nothing. Paint it what you will.
Painted she did.
And I did. That's when I started really thinking. So the last story that I'll give you in terms of how I got to where I am, driving. Project management experience? Yes. Have you ever thought about working for the bank? I was like, corporate America again. Not really. While you're running your business, you could do that, and it's good money. And I'm like, okay, right. So I looked into it, and later, working at the Bank of America. It's tough. I don't mind. I find that.
She is the best. She's selling herself short.
They had to wait for them. It was all good. It was like a marriage. It's okay. So we're here now, and made it as a project manager, and I still had that mindset. I'm not going to be part of the corporate America. I'm a contractor. I'm okay with when y'all close at 5, I leave at 5, we're good. But then they were having so much fun, and I was like, kind of like that part. That sounds cool. No, not going to go. And I wasn't in cyber yet. I'm still in, Bank of America, because there's different places. I'm going to let you know that now. So I decide, maybe I want to be part of this whole Bank of America thing. Let me just put some stuff out, and I tell you, universe is good. When you tell it what you want, all it knows is yes. You just now have to ride in the yes, right? So I'm like, you know what I want? I want a team of people, and I want to learn something, and I want to invest in their futures, because I'm working by myself, and I'm driving, and it sucks. That's what I want to do. And it was like, yes, you're going to manage the entire global information security administration team for 64 executives. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. And how many different places? I get to travel? Y'all going to pay for it? Yes, that's what we're going to do. Got in there, and they're like, you're in cybersecurity. Okay, I have a bachelor's in computer science. I've never done it, but it's okay. And they're like, okay. Well, go to this conference. I won't name it. It's another conference that they have, has world behind the name, but whatever. It's a security conference. And I'm like, yeah, this is so interesting. And I'm sitting in one of the pen testing, courses or whatever. And they're like, I don't know if they had Bank of America on our lanyard, but it said, the guy said, we're not like Bank of America. The bad guys are our pen testers. And I was like, damn, that's terrible. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then they had this whole, the vendor section, and it's like, hey, pick these locks. What the heck does this have to do with cybersecurity? But sure, bink, ooh, that's so cool. And then after that, it's like, I think I've been bit. So I talked to my manager. I'm like, listen, I have this whole technology degree. I know I'm managing this team of folks, but I really, really want to try to be a little more technical. I know it's 20 years in. I'm super dusty. I don't know how to code Python. I left in C++. Java was just coming in. We're not going to talk about that. But listen, I can do it. I have a passion. And she's like, you know what? We're going to see. And all these malware things coming in, and we need help. You want to work for the malware team for 6 weeks? Sure, I'll try that. computer. I was like, ooh, I don't like this, but I love it. When I found my first fish and the kids were at the house, I got a fish. I got a fish. And my kids were like, cool, don't worry about it. It's all good. I knew this is what I wanted to do. So I'm talking to Janice and I'm letting her know, like, hey, manager knows I'm looking for a new role. I'm not quite sure what you guys got going on. And she was like, hey, this team is about research. This team is about learning. Would you want to try this? Yes. Then you're going to pay me to learn what I think I really want to do? You doggone right. I work at the University of Bank of America. I'm happy to be there. Absolutely. And then y'all gonna let me talk to people and tell them about cyber and tell them how cool and amazing it is? I'm so happy to do that. So that's kind of what got us here today. Super different, very operational, moved my way into cyber, and we were literally just having a conversation on the veranda. I don't know what I wanna do next. It doesn't even matter. The fact of the matter is there's a negative unemployment rate in cybersecurity, and I can pick whatever the heck I wanna do. And so that's what we're gonna do. We're going to talk a little bit more about what we think if you are, matter of fact, we're going to do a quick poll.
Yes.
Are there any students in the room? Ooh, love that.
Love it.
Okay, and then any professionals? Are everybody else is a professional? Yeah? Any hiring managers? Aha, we're talking to you, sir. Nope, he's looking for people. Go talk to him. No, play. And then, okay, so is anybody of both? Student and professional. Yeah, right?
Love to see more hands because you never see cybersecurity.
Facts. You students, this is gonna be your life. But it's okay. It's okay. So with that being said, I'll let Tanisha kind of tell you a little bit more about what.
Obviously, in the world of cyber, nothing's true without data. So this is my obligatory data slide. There is tons of job openings. I think the average I read actually in the ISC Squared report is it's taking most organizations 6 months to fill one role. 6 months. That's enough time for Uber, Cisco, and many others to get compromised while we're out looking for talent. Apart from that, there's a lot less of me, a lot less of women in general. When we talk about women in technology in general, yes, there's a shortage, but when you come to the cybersecurity field, it's even less. And I've often felt, why is that, right? Nobody's asking me not to join cybersecurity. Nobody's restricting anybody. While I was in college, one of the things I did was a road show in every single middle school and high school of New Jersey. And I basically had them all fill out a survey asking, what do you think about computer science and technology? And then I did a little presentation about careers in computer science. 95% of the respondents changed their mind after the presentation because they simply felt like they couldn't do it. It was too hard, it was too complicated. But that's not true. It's only as intimidating as you let it. My first internship, I was 17 at the time. I don't know how I did that. I was talking to a skip level, and he told me this amazing advice that I take even today. He said, be a sponge. I'm like, huh? Be a sponge when you join a new role or a new company. Not just a role, right? Even a new company. Absorb everything around you. Not just, your immediate job. Seek out what's going on around you because every single team in an organization, no matter how big or small, are pieces of pie. They come together, it's a full pie. So if you don't understand what the other piece of pie is doing, you can't effectively make change. And once you feel like you've overflowed, go somewhere else. Do something completely different that you don't know anything about. What that does that for me at least, was open up doors that I never thought I could accomplish. If you had asked me 5 years ago if I would be here standing in front of you talking about me, I would have been looking at you like, what? No, I don't like that. I don't like people. Which is really ironic because I'm very extroverted, but I really do not enjoy people. But people are important. People are what make profits. All of us sitting here, we're all consumers, we're all creators. So I tell everybody, the hiring manager in the room, all of you, take a chance. If you think, like lockpicking, I had probably done that once, and I'm like, oh, too intimidating, I'm gonna go. Today I went in there, I actually picked a lock. No idea how I did it. I did it though. once, only once. Try to recreate it, didn't happen. And for the hiring manager back there, take a chance. When I interview candidates like Tamisha here, that is 100% perfect candidate, I'm gonna lose out because the person who's 60%, they have aptitude, they have initiative, and they have the hunger to learn. And once you feel like you are basically an expert in everything, you're typically trying to shy away from something new. But bringing somebody from an infrastructure team or from business support management or anywhere else, they bring a different perspective. Just the Uber hack, it was teenagers. It was teenagers. So do you really need a computer science or a cybersecurity degree? You absolutely do not. You can learn that. I can't teach hunger. I can't teach initiative. I can't teach any of that. I can teach technology. I can teach cybersecurity. But the hunger, nope, can't teach that. So what I encourage all of you, whether or not you are a manager or a leader, believe it or not, all of you are leaders if you assume the role. Go back to your places of employment or your school. Create a path for non-traditional candidates in cybersecurity. Teach them and see the difference yourself. I see it every day through her. I remember when she first joined my team, she was very nervous. I asked her to do a market research. I believe it was on application security. And she's like, what does this mean? And I said, Google X, Y, and Z for kids. It helps because a lot of the times when we tell people ransomware, right? We've been hearing a lot about it in news. My husband, he works in the medical field and he is not technical. He uses his cell phone like this, this is how he types. When he heard ransomware, he's like, what is that, right? And the way we talk about cybersecurity topics is so complicated, right? We make it so intimidating and so complicated. And I just said it's kidnapping, but for your machines. I'm gonna ask you for ransom, but it's not you as a person, it's all your stuff, all your data. Accessibility, right? But I knew I had to do that because of my prior experiences as somebody who came to a country without understanding a different language, and then also being in an infrastructure team and a BSO where I got to teach people about security. Correct? Yeah. And non-traditional backgrounds are awesome because our hackers out there, the guys, they don't come from a cybersecurity degree. They're not all men. They're not all women. They're all different, and that's the best part. But we don't have the same people represented to protect our assets. We're doing a disservice, right? If we knew how others think, if I knew of how all of y'all think, then really we don't need anybody else. We just need me. But the reality is it's not. Everybody thinks differently. There's so many increased demands. There's so many certifications, but you can teach. And I always tell my mentees, don't say you don't know anything. I'd rather you say I don't know anything yet. When I interview candidates and I ask them to explain to me the techniques of a sophisticated APTs, I'd rather prefer you tell me I don't know it yet, rather than lie, right? So us as cybersecurity professionals, we not only have a duty to, protecting assets and data, but we also have a duty to share our experiences to create more talent. I hate talking about myself, so this makes me really nervous. But I realized that one person, if I can get that one person to either work for the bank or consider a cybersecurity career, if you're already here and you're a malware analyst, I ask you to go look at something like cyber threat intelligence or research, something you haven't done, because we need that expertise in every single domain of security and sharing it.
So the only thing that I'll mention, and then we'll go into our roles, specifically for anyone, again, who isn't necessarily in cybersecurity or use students, may not know what's available. I want to really highlight, even though I have my bachelor's and I'm working on my master's, again, that formal education, not necessarily required. It's honestly being intellectually curious, always. If you have that, you don't necessarily need that degree. Now, you're all getting your degree, please finish your degree. You spent the time, you spent the money, it is important. But I want to really highlight that because, again, I feel like people don't realize I'm not a computer scientist, so I can't be a cybersecurity analyst. It's not true. As a matter of fact, she hit on something that's so important. It's regular technologist that's only interested in programming, you're doing so much more than what they can do. So keep that in mind as you bring that to what you're doing.
And I encourage people to be patient, right? We do an internal podcast at the bank about just demystifying cybersecurity topics and complexity. And we recently talked about insider threat. And a lot of the times as cybersecurity professionals, when we hear somebody fall for a fish or not understanding password security, we're actually very quick to say, ew, you know, and be judgmental. But emotional intelligence plays a long and a big role in that, because if you're trying to educate, you can't reprimand. I won't say the company, but I was at a different security conference earlier this year, and just having drinks with some of my coworkers, and there was a team of people behind me, very loud, which I was like, ugh. And I saw it was one woman and 4 men, and all of them were actually shaming the woman for not having good password security. Mind you, this company is actually a password security company. So I see him yelling, and I just look back, and I'm like, you know, you can use this time to educate, not shame. And there was drop silence. So as cybersecurity professionals, remember that. Education versus shame does help us be more secure.
Yep. I'm going to give you the next row.
I'm not going to walk through all of these because you guys are cybersecurity professionals, but we go through these with some of our high school students and college students specifically that are not in the field of technology or just computer science, that there are multitudes of roles. And a lot of them, as you can see, have to do with soft skills. If you're somebody who's puzzle-minded, analytical, control freak, likes to plan things, there are so many roles that fit the needs that you may have. And a lot of the times when you go to apply, it asks for, well, you need to have a security plus a CISSP, right? But they don't say, well, I'd rather have somebody that can be good at solving. I want somebody who has a calm voice when there's an incident happening and not a panic. Those things are really important because you're not dealing with systems, you're dealing with humans. So the soft skills are just as important, and the technical skills you can learn. So don't be intimidated by crypto analyst because it sounds scary and intimidating, because really all it is deciphering things and loving math, which I don't, so.
All right, and then this one I love because I kind of came in through one of these doorways, this program management doorway. Didn't realize that, again, at a large organization, at least like Bank of America, literally every single one of these is a position that sits within our global information security team. So if we're going to bring in, and we kind of talked about, we do a lot of market research, we meet with vendors, we do proof of concepts, we bring the vendor in. Well, I need project and program management, right? We work for a bank. This, she said, if it doesn't have a number, it ain't true. That means you have to be able to like statistics and math and that kind of stuff. And if that's something that you're really interested in, but you're like, nah, but I don't really want to pen test, you might want to come in and talk about the metrics and the measures. How many times have we beat those incidences? How long is it taking for us to patch whatever the issues are, right? Are we proactively hitting our vulnerabilities, or are we letting teenagers hit us, right? Again, we work for the bank, so if somebody mentioned it, I think it was a Keynote this morning, but he's right. If Bank of America goes down, the country goes down, right? So it's something to think about. Public policy, talked about that in the Keynote. How important is it that we change the rules and laws and regulations? If you work at a large organization or not, if you work for the FBI, like, that you can have impact on. These are things that you can make changes with. And then if you just love to just plain old talk, somebody got to tell the story, because I promise you the technologists cannot. They're going to try, but it's going to be very wordy, very technical, and unfortunately, my grandmother isn't going to understand it. But my grandma is all on Facebook, and she clicking. And she been in Facebook jail 3 times now. Granny, stop clicking. Somebody has to be able to explain it to her, y'all. So also think outside the box. If you're already a cybersecurity professional, but maybe you really have a passion for telling the story, do that on your side job, or you really want to make sure the numbers, the metrics, the research is real, think about something like that. And if you're in a small organization where you only have like a CISO, and you might need to have all of these skills.
I also want to mention, if you're in a technical role like myself, sometimes ops role is like not cool enough. But I rest assure you, being in the corporation as large as ours and being here for 7 years, it is. It's so imperative. And I know I did it, right? I wanted to be that technical queen of sorts, and I missed that people aspect. And that's so important for cybersecurity, folks. We don't put enough emphasis on it. But don't be afraid to do that zigzag career move, right? If you're in a technical role, go out a year, do program management. Learn how difficult it is, because it is hard. Trust me. But it just develops you to be an all-rounded leader, and all of you are leaders. She reminds me that every day. You don't need to have the title of a vice president or a CISO. You can influence things if you can articulate and you take chances and continue to be curious, because nobody's figured it out. I don't think I've ever met anybody that figured it all out. Yeah, we really
Untraditional path. That we'd love for you to take advantage of. These are not sponsored by Bank of America, but
or BSides.
or BSides. 100% amazing opportunities and places where you can get information, get hands-on experience. I actually wrote down some others from other presentations today, but definitely things to look at.
What I want to say is the world is humongous and information's everywhere. So don't be afraid. Take chances. The worst that could happen is you're going to completely hate it, but you're not set. You're not contracted for 8 years to be at a company in a role. If you hate it, you could at least cross that off your list and move on. If you continue being in the same role for X amount of years, yeah, you're learning, but are you really developing? There's a difference between learning and developing. If you want to contact us, if you want to, I promise.
If you're a vendor, don't contact us. We'll call you. Don't call me. I'll call you. But anything else, I'm just playing. Anyway, we'll tell you if we need you or not.
We'll respect it when we tell you we'll reach out. I really want to open it up, because I know we talked, it was a lot more personal than you probably all expected, and there was sort of a reason behind that, because I think it was 3 months ago, I do a lot of women in technology, and my first interaction with Girls Who Code at the bank was in 2018, and I mentored this girl, and I figured she forgot about me because it was a summer camp thing, and she moved on. I went back to work, and I found a note, and it said, "Thank you for spending an hour of your Wednesdays with me for 10 weeks. What you taught me about imposter syndrome and your career path empowered me to discover things about myself that I didn't know." So that's why we share the personal experiences. So if you feel like you're in a place and you can relate, that's what it is. Be uncomfortable, because comfortable is super overrated. Trust me.
Facts.
Questions? Compliments? I will take puns. I love puns and dad jokes. Yes. So imposter syndrome, and especially it's very much impacted in women in technology. And here's why. If all of you probably have been in a meeting, I encourage you guys to see how many women are in your meeting. There are often times where repeatedly a woman may not be asked her opinion, or she may be cut off from giving hers, interrupted. A lot of that kind of builds into emotional health, right? Where you feel like you're not good enough, so people don't want to hear your opinion. I did a not real study, but when I was interning at a major tech company in the Silicon Valley, you could probably find out who it was. I did a little, just curiosity, started looking at all my meeting invites, who was getting interrupted. It was always women. And what happens when you continuously interrupt people and tell them their opinion doesn't matter? They stop talking. And when I don't see somebody like me talking, I don't feel encouraged to talk. Raise your hand if you're a woman and you've been told you got a job or an opportunity because you're a woman. Exactly. I've been told that, and it took me a long time to get over that. And a lot of women in technology are said that. I was told this when I was 18 years old, and I still remember that day I was walking down the NJIT Lower Green, and who I thought was a peer in a class and a friend said, oh, you got that internship? Oh, they just probably wanted to hire you because you're a woman. Had nothing to do with all the personal projects that I did and the other work experience I had. Because I'm a woman, that's the only reason I'm here. So I taught them that. I said, you're not alone. We all feel this way, but you have to remember. And I do something really stupid and silly, which I shared. I have a little Post-it and a little note card on top of my workstation that reminds me that I'm supposed to be here. It's not something that a specific person's doing that makes women have imposter syndrome. It's just the culture that we're in. And to influence change is to influence positivity and reminders. And it seems very cliche to put like, you're supposed to be here on a Post-it, but trust me, after 7 years, there are days I feel like that. And nobody's singling me out and telling me that. It's me in my own mind, seeing the experiences of others and how the others are treated. So I'm tailoring myself to that. She told me once, she said, you're at the table, take a seat and eat. Don't forget that you're at the table. Because I would always tell her, I can't influence this. She's like, no, you can, but you have to believe that you have a seat at the table. You may have one, but if you don't believe it yourself, you're not gonna go on and conquer. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
That's a good question too. And since you asked, I don't think that it's an issue that only women deal with. I think most Americans have, or most people, we don't even say Americans, most people at some point in their life, in their career, have felt, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not smart enough to be here. They just picked me because of whatever reason. They needed to fill a quota. They needed to just fill the seat. They liked my personality, but they didn't really want me. Like, everybody has felt that way. That's that negative speak. And so she's right. So while I was working for myself, I tell people, and this, I'm really giving y'all a little glimpse into my real for real. I tell people that I walk into the matrix every day. Meaning, when you go into corporate America, when I go home, I get to be Mish. I get to be myself. I get to be, you know what I mean? Crocs. I get to be myself. Being able to bring your whole self wherever you go, though, that's how you beat that imposter syndrome.
I agree. And I think we try our hardest to do that by being vulnerable. And it seems kind of icky, and it did the first couple of times. I was like, oh, I don't think these people want to hear about how I moved to India and failed ESL. Like, they don't care. But being vulnerable meant other people are vulnerable with me. And it kind of I take that into my mentoring as well. When I meet somebody, I'm like, here are 2 things you need to know about me. I'm always going to be honest with you, even if the truth's ugly. Secondly, I follow the rules of Fight Club, which means whatever we talk about here is not going to go outside, ever, unless you explicitly tell me, Janisha, please help me. And then I will ask your consent before I share the information. And every single time I start any mentorships with vulnerability. I share something about me that inside I'm like a turtle, like shivering, but like I say it out loud. And it's really affected how my mentorships have gone. And I didn't do that before. I was like, okay, why are you here? What do you need? How can I help you? That's all great. Yeah, like I have the role of the mentor, but that's not what mentorship is, right? Mentorship is a 2-way street. I'm not there to just help you. I'm actually there to guide you to come to a conclusion that you are going to go get by yourself.
In a shorter amount of time.
Hopefully in a shorter amount of time.
Without making all the mistakes that we made on the way.
I will also say that if you try mentoring, just know that not everybody is going to be the right mentor for you. I say this all the time, but mentors are like therapists. Some of them you're just not gonna work with, and some of them you will. I've had mentors that I've talked to, and I'm like, I just don't feel comfortable. I'm out. This is a breakup. Because it is important to have that trust and the openness, and also the personality match, because then you can ask questions. Hey, I'm very much of an extrovert, but this person's yelling at me and I feel like really upset. I can share what I would do in that situation. So that's really important. Therapists, mentors, same stuff.
Agreed.
don't be afraid to talk about your personal life with your
That's how you help
peers,
people.
anybody, because work is work, but your personal life does flow into work, and your work life flows into your personal life. I get yelled at after 5:30 p.m. by 2 cats, a dog, and a husband to stop being on my computer. There's literally now, they've started putting stickies on my monitor that just says stop. So
when the cat puts stop on the monitors, working way too much.
He's clever. He can open doors. It's quite odd.
It's amazing. Any other questions? Oh, thank you. Awesome. Yep.
So also, don't be afraid to share your personal experience. I know it seems silly while you're saying it out loud, but hopefully one of you could relate to my weird experiences. So,
yeah.
Well, thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed your Saturday.
We're closing it out.